the schedule starts for 7:02. I have a feeling we're going to start a little bit after that. Muito bom dia a todos e temos como curso para os três jogos que chegaram até para a dizer que estamos com a competição vai rolar início dentro de poucos minutos para aquele que será o dia de finais. Finals Day here at the MEO Portugal presented by Rip Curl. Temos no início agendado para as 7h20, de 5 minutos, que é o que eu estou a falar um pouco depois disso. A estreia oficial será a última competição de finais, início então um pouco bem mais cedo. São agora 5 às 7. So it's official to the finals day of the MEO Portugal presented by Rip Curl. We have a schedule start for 7:02. I reckon we're going to start a little bit after that. Regarding the schedule, it will start either way. This is semifinals that will be followed by next semifinals. Semifinals run after 30 minutes, and that will be followed by the ladies final, and that's right. You add 5 more minutes to this final, so finals at 35. That whole stage already. We're ready for the heats. That's Stephanie. Feel free to pick up your vest as well. Please set this out there. Start catching the last ones. And bring it up today. We're just about to start. Thank you. We're going to make this Peniche geral. Eu vou falar para a nossa comunidade. Paciência. Simpatia. Altruísmo. Obrigado a todos. This will be a test. This will be a test to the home environment. That will be a test. This was a test. This was a test. So we plan for 30 minutes. We'll be running semifinals for 30 minutes. Finals at 35. Também isso com competição feminina, como já receberam aqui recente já na Rafael. Tínhamos que neste mais competição de 30 minutos, que eu queria depois mais 5 minutos para as finais. Não são mais obviamente de forma lá. The semifinals with 30 minutes duration. It should be 30 minutes.
to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's what I'm facing, like in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change.
Welcome to the Samazon Morning Update, here with some exciting action for the semifinals for the women and the men here at the MEO Pro Portugal, presented by Rip Curl. You can still see the sun is rising. It's still freezing cold, and the locals are just getting down to the beach to watch the world's best compete, just in case we are crowning our champions at some point this morning. A ton of action yesterday and some of the best conditions we've had all waiting period, with stand-up barrels for the world's best, and then a complete air show finishing off with our first 10 of the season going to Griffin Colapinto. Thanks for being with us on the Samazon Update, Joe Turpel, Strider, and Laura. So good to see you guys. Big predictions for today was.
Yeah, it's cold. Bring your gloves down and get warm, because it's chilly out here, but I think it's going to be a fun day. We got a lot of little nuggets rolling in on the sandbar out there. We're going to see some high-flying antics, and it's going to be fun.
We had an earlier call this morning, Laura, because we knew the winds would be more favorable. It's dropped a bit in size, so how would the game be changed today if we do get finals down?
I think there'll be a few changes in the camps. I was scrolling around out there in the competitors area, and there's a lot of mixed emotions, and everyone's just really excited, changing up their equipment if they have to. But excited for finals day if it happens.
Let's see if we can get the official word. Big good morning to Louisa with Renato Hickel.
Good morning, everyone. The question for today is to run or not to run, Renato?
To run. It's on, Louisa. We made a call. We're starting 7:02 with women's semis, followed by the men's semis and the two big finals. Beautiful, clean 2 to 3 foot surf is the best conditions we have in the rest of the windows. So it's on. These 8 guys will put on a show today, I have no doubt. So stay tuned.
That's it. Let's do it, guys.
We love it. Happy finals day, you guys. Louisa, really happy, big smile. That's when you know we were crowning champions today. Stephanie Gilmore taking on Lakey Peterson in the first heat this morning. Australia versus USA. Lakey number 6 in the world, and this is Stephanie's best result this season. It was much needed heading into the midseason cut. As we know, they have a lot of history. They've experienced a title race together in the recent years on tour. But Gilmore looked incredible, especially left and right, showing no weaknesses. And Lakey's won a lot of heats in this size of conditions in her history, including the US Open.
Steph, feet out of the water. It's cold out there.
It is so cold.
I don't know if it's warmer with them in or out because of that wind blowing across it, but you know what? I think she's definitely changed her equipment for this one, though, because she was talking about riding a smaller board if the waves got smaller. So definitely the athletes all, grabbing different equipment, different fins on different boards. So many changes you can make.
Well, Lakey's at home here in this cold, but Steph definitely isn't. I mean, she was wrapped up in like a big puffer jacket as we see the first paddle of the day.
First wave of finals day, Lakey Peterson, glassy left-hander, snap to start, and she's down, so it'll be incomplete. You can see how beautiful the conditions are this morning. Gilmore with some room, completes her backside snap into a combination of turns. Third snap, and now looking for a finisher, and she will get on the board and take the lead.
Get down and boogie on the dance floor. That was a way to kick off the day for, Stephanie Gilmore. That was some great surfing. She looked, awake and ready right there. I guess you'd have to be. This is your job. You better get out there and do it, and she did it really well.
She's hungry. I know for a fact that, she really wants a final here and a win. And so, amazing. Lakey here, just that wave running off and getting that first snap in, but just not able to get anything after. And I'm so stoked to see Steph on a little left-hander. Looks Narrabeen-esque, and look at that.
Yeah, beautiful.
Nice and tight.
Down, up, into the lip, and really just keeps the board moving in that direction of the lip, which is something the judges are going to like. I feel like it's not going to be a huge score, but look at that, straight up into the bowl, really well timed, pushes it back down in time to get back up into the lip. So that's a great succession of snaps into the bowl line. We saw Lakey in her attempt, it was a little late, and that's why she kind of couldn't get to that finish. And Stephanie on point this morning.
Stephanie looking so determined at this stop of the season as Tommy Whitaker looks on, her coach for 2022, as she's chasing an 8th world title this year. If she accomplishes that, she breaks the tie with that she holds currently with Lane Beachley. And it was really cool that Steph was representing Phyllis O'Donnell for International Women's Day, getting that big win in the 60s as a world champion. As we see now, a bowling left setting up for Lakey. She's gonna have to step off again. Had the incomplete turn, and up and down. Can Steph put more pressure on her now? Off the bottom, there's a clean backhand snap. Gilmore back to the lip. Nice flow and form from one of the best styles in the game.
Wow.
So the opening exchange basically repeated itself. Lakey falling twice, Steph capitalizing twice.
Well, if you don't learn from your mistakes, then you're just not going to grow. And obviously in that first exchange, the first wave wasn't as good as the second one. Stephanie, getting the second wave and getting the better score. Just a note here, Laura, does it remind you that I don't know, backhand Stephanie Gilmore doesn't come to mind, but she looks like she's on fire.
Small lefts is not usually Steph's forte, but look at this. That second wave of the set had the slower tempo, and just that board looks so amazing. Like, she's so spicy, and she can just put it in the tight part of the wave. And look at her, just groveling all the way through there. And yeah, I'm stoked to see this side of Steph Gilmore.
Great view from the top as she cracks into the lip. See the spray flying out the back and making the patterns out in the ocean as she climbs that white water on the inside and finishes off with the pastel skies. I mean, on the broadcast here, it looks beautiful.
And it certainly is beautiful out there as well. Gilmore, first score 5.5. Probably a similar number for her second wave here in the semifinals. These two have a lot of history. It was kind of crazy. Steph was undefeated over Lakey for a very long time. Had 7 straight wins over Lakey, and Lakey's first victory was in 2019 over Steph at Margaret River. Got that win and went on to win the event. So it's 7-1 in Steph's favor heading into this heat. As scores from last to Gilmore, 6.5. Improves again, Laura.
Yeah, that's a nice way to start the heat for Steph. A 5-5 followed up with a 6-5, and yeah, Lakey not having anything from both those exchanges yet, so she'll want to readjust. We know that she's is amazing in these small beach break conditions, but I think Steph will be feeling nice about that start.
Lakey Peterson finaled at this event in 2019. She had Carissa Moore to deal with that year in the semifinals. As Steph starting to pace and look at an opportunity now under Lakey's priority. Yeah, Lakey finding that success and even a great start at Pipeline. She's already positioned in a really solid spot on the leaderboard. I think the story from Sunset to Peniche was the veterans kind of getting payback on the rookies that took them out in Hawaii was.
Yeah, and you can see the urgency that Steph's paddling around with. I feel like that was from her coach and Tommy Whitaker telling her to go out there and stay busy.
Now checking out a right just up and out.
Yeah, I know in Sunset, I think that was what got the better of Steph. She just wasn't riding enough waves, as we see Lakey on a nice set here.
Hard off the bottom, clean snap to start for Peterson. Timing the float, and she will stomp her first couple of moves of finals day morning.
That's more like it for the Californian. Really, having something that she can put her feet on and feel like she's accomplished something that'll give her some confidence.
What'd you like here, Laura?
Yeah, this was a nice wave. I love that tight turn. I was hoping she'd lay into this and do a bit of a layback slash, but finishing it off and just getting that completion, I think she just wanted to get something on the board. But I think looking back, she probably would have hoped to be able to lay in here and do something more critical.
Known to be one of the most progressive surfers in the world, Lakey Peterson has really worked on her fundamentals. Amazing bottom turn to set up that first tack was.
Yeah, I feel like you don't really get scored on the bottom turn, but how important is it, Laura, when you're coming off the bottom to have a perfect line to go into that first big off the top turn?
For sure, and Lakey does that so well. And I feel like today might be the day that Lakey does get a bit more progressive. We know she has all the tricks in the bag, so I'd love to see her just start blowing the fins out and even going to the air.
Steph Gilmore is still with the lead, 6.5 and a 5.5, and we are proud to announce that WSL Rising Tides will return to the championship tour for the back half of this season. WSL Rising Tides will be presented by Pura Vida in 2022. WSL Rising Tides is a program designed to inspire the next generation of surfers by bringing together young surfers with WSL athletes and local legends at championship tour stops around the world. We create real connections both in and out of the water. That is so cool that it's coming back this year, Laura.
I love the Rising Tides. It's so beautiful. I think every event, just seeing all the best surfers in the world get together with all the local grommies, it's a really special moment. Like, you cannot wipe the smiles off the faces of everyone involved, and yeah, it's just very inspiring for all. I think it gives as much to the surfers as it does to all the kiddies.
And then one day you see them with the jersey on the championship tour. That's the coolest part about it. Lakey on a inside left, down again. She's fallen on 3 lefts this morning. Her 4.5 came at her right. Not sure what's going on with the backhand today.
Yeah, I think the timing is a little off. Maybe she's just used to a little bit more power. You saw her coming up into the lip line and not kind of coming down soon enough. And I feel like there was a lot of power out there the last couple of days. And the power is different today, so that all has to register into your timing into the lip. And you can see she's going up and thinking it's going to push back harder than it is. That time, though, I think it was just a little ripple on the face from the wave before. There was a little white water coming up the face, and with that shock of just before that, there's a little ripple that always catches you.
What a contrast in the power that we saw yesterday. Gilmore adapting quite well. How's this jam, extended bottom turn, full wrap, flow between maneuvers. A little caught up on the second effort, but she'll hack that end section shut. She's been having fun on these running lefts this morning.
Yeah, that board is looking so alive for her. Like, just, it's so, you know, it's just doing whatever she wants, really. That nice little check turn and just straight up in the pocket. I love that from Steph. Again, staying there. She's on right now. This is, you know, early morning cold Steph. You know, there's a few things going against her there, but she's showing us that, nope, she's here.
Big turn from Lakey Peterson as she's back to the right. Speed jam off the lip. She's got a lot of energy. There's the float, and she is out of there. Every time she goes right, she gets her completions. That's definitely her best wave so far.
Yeah, that's the best wave of the heat so far. That first turn had authority in it. Look at this wave. She drops in, comes off the bottom, and racks it off the top, pushes hard off the fins. So follows it up with a couple of little chip shots on the corner here. But that first turn, all the money and really powerful in that flow. Watch this as she pushes, identifies, and hacks in the rail, turns the body back, and really beautiful turn right there. Great technique, a lot of power, and then just flowing through these next couple of turns to kind of put the exclamation point on the wave. But I really enjoyed that first turn. Definitely the best wave of the heat so far in my book.
Such great energy out of Lakey Peterson, and she takes a left. You're wondering what's going on, and she gets a right and turns in some big turns. Let's say a big good morning on finals day to our very own Paul Evans in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Morning, Paul.
Joey, well, it's a cold, fresh morning down here, and the window's a little bit steamed up in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. We've got our heaters on. It's pretty fresh outside. A lot of our semi-finalists were actually on the deck, just getting eyes on this from outside this morning. But the energy's just ramped up in here. That first set that came through after Steph rode a wave and the noise level lifted. Got Filipe Toledo doing a warm-up behind me. He's on the exercise bike. Hasn't had a warm-up surf. I saw Italo Ferreira go out and get a warm-up. A little bit more intensity on the face from him. I cannot wait for that matchup.
Yeah, Paul, it's interesting when you just have semifinals for men and women. There's a lot of space in there, but the intensity might be even more intense because there are championship titles on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. And interesting to see surfers that aren't obviously in the semis. They're down here in spectator mode, but those little pockets of intensity, and it really is so much on the line down here this morning. There are great opportunities out there as well. It's all about finding them. There's a lot of eyes on the lineup right now.
Paul, from where you see, Lakey's rights are her best so far. Should she sit down on that bank for the rest of this heat?
It's looking so far from what we've seen, but I mean, one thing we've learned throughout the week is just how quick this changes. So, you know, you got to think, okay, that right's looking pretty good. All of a sudden, it's the other left. But yeah, so far so good for her on those right-handers.
Good man, Paul Evans, enjoying the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Jealous, they have that heater in there. It is still frigid. In the high 40s Fahrenheit, about 9 degrees Celsius. The waves are clean and glassy, and Stephanie Gilmore doesn't mind the cold and that early morning surf. Traditionally, doesn't always sound like her favorite thing to do. And I remember back when she started her career, she was basically pushing herself and going, what are my weaknesses? And she would just always say, oh, I want to get a better backhand. And she'd win events on her backhand even back then, but she was always trying to motivate herself because she knew her secret weapon was that frontside attack. Speaking of big scores on your frontside, Lakey Peterson just turned in the best score of the heat, a 6.77. Now she only needs a 5.23 to take the lead. Laura, how things have changed.
Yeah, that just got her back in the heat for sure. And I think, I feel like a lot of that score came from just that first big turn. And, same as her 4-5, she's got that beautiful Lakey carving that we're all used to just seeing, and she throws so much spray. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Steph, stick to Lakey and try to pick off one of those rights, because we know that that's her power hack as well.
Carissa Moore preparing for semi-final number 2 against the goofy foot named Tatiana Weston-Webb. Now going to the inside left, and just probably wanted to seal a few turns on her backhand. Small inside wave. Didn't have a whole lot of wave face. How do you think that's going to come in for a lead change?
I don't think we're going to see a lead change, but I do think that's going to give her confidence, which is what she needs on the left-hander. So as we saw her coming off her board every time on those lefts, but this one she completes, and she turns down earlier here. You can see her actually turning the board back in, and now she's gauged the power of the wave and what it's going to offer back to her. So now she's done the work to do the research, to get out there and feel what she needs to do, and now she'll go back out. And on her next left, if she gets a set, she'll get a keeper.
Lakey Peterson kind of surfing her way into rhythm this morning after a couple of falls, and Gilmore was just right into pace with the new conditions we have for finals day. Dramatically smaller, but incredibly clean. We saw how windy it was when the women were out there yesterday afternoon, and they had to fight through that breeze, and also the power of Super Tubos. There's some pretty crazy wipeouts, a total new stage today. When you look at Carissa and Tati coming up, even Steph and Lakey, who's the real favorite when it comes to performing in conditions of this height size? Is there kind of like a Filipe Toledo that pops out to you on the women's side, Laura?
I mean, I think, Lakey's had the best result in this event. She got the second in 2019, and, Carissa was in the semis. And then I think all the girls have had good results here. So I love this semi-final series with these 4. Like, it's amazing. It's always so good when it's, Lakey, Carissa, Tati, and Steph. Like, they're always going to throw something awesome. I think in these conditions, it's a hard one. I mean, I wouldn't, usually pick Steph in small beaches, but I mean, she's doing amazing. She's got the rhythm now. I think Tati will be the one to watch. She was getting some really critical good surfing in yesterday. And I think it'll just be whoever finds the best wave, the best wave.
Pretty amazing Final 4 for the women. Tatiana Weston-Webb, remember, finished runner-up in the world last season against Carissa Moore, as they'll have a rematch from the title match from last season coming up next. Thank you, Surfline, for the forecast for the MEO Pro Portugal, presented by Rip Curl, and seeing the swell that we had yesterday drop off into today, which is Monday morning. Surfline telling us we'll see the largest waves first thing in the morning and favorable wind for the first couple of hours of the day. Then we'll see moderate onshores build through late morning and especially the afternoon. focusing on today, 7 in the morning, cleaner conditions, and you'll see that size in the swell drop a bit, and also that wind kind of turn more onshore. Big thanks to Surfline for the report. They also let us know rest of the waiting period is a lot of bad wind direction. So I think all sights were set on hoping that things would be clean to crown our champions today. Quick call for finals day, and so far so good, ones.
Yeah, look at that view of it, as nice and clean, just like they forecasted, and that's what we love to see. All the predictions coming in and understanding that, and they do a really great job just to let us know what we're looking at down the line, and I think that's the most important thing, is to really take a look from above at the whole picture and really understand that these are the best conditions we're going to have in the next week.
Such an interesting part of the call when you show up at an event. They have to look at the entire field, see how many hours they have to run in, look at the tides. It's a pretty tough job, and they did a great job this year. No lay days, straight through from day one, Laura.
Yeah, I learned that. I missed the whole event, basically. I was hoping to get over here, but I'm glad I'm here for finals day.
I think that's your new program. Just come in when the trophies are being handed out. Here goes Gilmore. Beautiful morning light on the right. Not much to work with on her forehand, but she definitely has one of the best ever.
First right-hander for her, so I think maybe she was just seeing how the board felt there, pushing on the water. It looked like it almost skipped out a bit, so she's gonna get back into form.
Pretty cool to see Steph just inspired in different ways in her career, winning her first world title back in 2007 as a rookie and going 4 straights. Now she's fighting for an 8th world title, as you just see that quick snap and kick out. But it's interesting what motivates surfers. I think we're asking that to Kelly all the time, and I think it's really fair to do the same for Stephanie Gilmore. She doesn't even show signs of slowing down, but when she wins so much, as she does, has the 7 titles, how badly does she want the 8th, Laura?
She does. She really wants the 8th. I mean, she is number 88. She loves the number 8. I think she's like, if she could get there, and I think just and have a couple more like really good years. She doesn't talk about leaving anytime soon. She she just loves traveling. She's like a little gypsy. She just wants to surf and travel and just go for it now while she's got this opportunity, and I love that about her. I love her just love for life and travel and just surfing. Like, she surfs every day still. I'm like, are you gonna take a break?
There's so much joy in Steph surfing and riding a wave, and I think that's what makes her so pure and so popular as a surfer. You don't sometimes think of titles and all this stuff first. You think of how beautiful she is riding a wave and her love for surfing, and then all the titles come to mind and how dangerous she is in a jersey. You don't think of the competitiveness first, just the unreal ability to ride a wave the way she does.
I think style matters, and I feel like she's got the best style on tour for the men and the women.
I agree,
There's
yeah.
100% just a great flow in there,
and on any board. I love her riding any sort of board, and that's what she's been doing the last few years. Well, she's been doing it forever, but just really experimenting on and all these different crafts, and just finessing everything about her surfing, and just constantly wanting to be better just for her. And yeah,
she's also Lane Beachley has 7 titles as well.
Yeah.
And so I think that's one of the motivating factors for her to get 8.
That would be huge, and she could hold that record. Also, Chris is getting fairly close with 5 as she's going for 6 this year. Lakey Peterson, number 7 for her WSL jersey. Missed out on the first ever Rip Curl WSL Finals because of a back injury that took her out of the season.
And that is the face of some cold hands right there. Carissa Moore warming up the hands.
I think it just got colder.
Yeah.
46 degrees Fahrenheit, 8 degrees Celsius. So just a touch colder from yesterday morning. And that is cold no matter where you come from.
I was speaking to Steph 2 days ago when I was packing to come here, and I was like, what do I need to take? She's like, bring your snow gear. And I was like, really?
I guess people can acclimate to colder temperatures if that's what they're used to surfing every day, but there's a piercing feel to the cold today.
When you can see your voice or you can see your breath on air right now, it's unbelievable how cold it is.
Yeah, Lakey was skipping and hopping around the competitors area, and I was like, she's like, this is like summer in California. What are you guys talking about? She had her runners on and her wetsuit. She's fine. Like, she's used to these cold conditions.
And I suppose that's what you channel. You feel like you're at home. Lakey splits her time from Southern California and Bells Beach.
Yep.
We saw Thomas in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, her husband. That's where he grew up surfing, and she's got a great balance. She's got, you know, lowers in her backyard. She's also got Bells Beach, some great venues that are very important for her pro surfing career. As we get to the 7-minute mark in semifinal number 1, we had a very interesting start. Lakey got the first wave, went down, and then Steph did this. 5.5 to open things up.
Yeah, well, intentions were set that the backhand was going to come to play for that young lady, and she really did well. I would love watching her flow on these waves, Laura.
Yeah, she had so much rhythm at the start of this heat, and that throwing so much spray, so tight in the pocket. And yeah, like I said, that board's so alive for her and finishing it off. And I mean, the only scary thing is now is that, you know, looking at Lakey, you know, she got these big turns in on her forehand, and that's where all of her scores have been coming from.
Loving the rights for Lakey Peterson, and then she got better on this one. 6.77 with a big first turn.
Yeah, and if she gets another one in, like these second and third turns that she's had on her two right-handers.
As we get back into live action, snap on the backhand of Lakey Peterson.
If she gets those other turns in, that second and third turn opened up like that first turn, she's going to go excellent on scores. And that's a dangerous opportunity that I think Steph's got to kind of look out for. At this point, 5:50 on the clock, I feel like it's going to be interesting to watch the priority come down in this.
As we look back at this turn again, she's looking like she's feeling good about her backhand now, Laura.
Yeah, that would have, if she got one more turn in, I think that would have been close to the score. I mean, she's looking like it's all coming together now. And like, you know, when you have the rhythm at the start of the heat, and then, you know, Lakey just was chipping away for so long, and then she has the highest score of the heat. So I think it's dangerous for her. Steph's going to have to be really careful with priority, and you can tell that Lakey's on now. She just needs the wave.
Really exciting time for Tatiana Weston-Webb to work on her rankings on the leaderboard. Number 2 in the world last year, had some early losses in Hawaii. We always expect big things from her at Pipeline. She went down to the eventual event winner, Moana Jones-Wong. But now looking like she's in fine form. There's a little scare at the end of Sunset that she injured herself. And she said she worked incredibly hard with the Brazilian Olympic Committee that she always has as a resource, and she thanked them for getting her in shape so she can compete here in Europe. And here she goes, semifinal with Carissa Moore coming up next.
Great shot right there. Rel Sun running that jersey for Carissa Moore and representing a wonderful ambassador of Aloha and Rel Sun. Looks like we had to switch out of the jersey. They're
That's
both in red.
right.
They're both red hot.
Well, Tati got the wrong one. So Carissa's supposed to be in red, and Tati just got the message. So she'll just have a little jog back up to the Red Bull athlete zone to make the switch.
Extra warm-up for Tati. Yeah, both wanting to be red hot out there today, but only one can be, unfortunately.
All those things you focus on, your warm-up, making sure you're alert and awake, the right board, and then you're like, oh, jersey, that right.
I saw
Got the wrong one.
Yeah, I saw a funny video that Matt Wilkinson posted from here a few years ago, and he ran out into the heat and he had his sunnies on, and then everyone kind of knew, and he just had forgotten and like ran down, and then he like got halfway and was like, oh, my sunnies are on.
There might be something about that at Super Tubo. Sally Fitzgibbons in 2019 paddled out with her phone in her wetsuit. She was listening to music and totally forgot. Sometimes that happens when all your focus is on riding waves. Here comes a right-hander now for Gilmore. Snap to start, more off the lip on the second effort, and trying to go for a grab rail reverse. That would have been exciting on a small section.
Wow, so she's handed priority over here to Lakey, but I think that was a hold-off move there, but just hard. I feel like if she'd maybe just been able to finish that off and not even go for the reverse, she could have possibly bettered that 5-5, but small wave here.
First turn, second turn looks solid, Was.
Yeah, I loved it. And then, like you said, if she could have ridden out of that last maneuver, we would have seen a better score out of her and better her low score. But unfortunate to go down right there, maybe just, you know, pushing really hard. But I like the fact that she wanted to bring more to the game. She feels like she's got the confidence out of this board. But, you know, the first snap was almost a setup. And then this turn right here where she just whips it back around, buckets out the back into that beautiful sunlight, comes off the bottom and tries to grab the rail, but misses. And I think that's where it went wrong. So a little off kilter on the lean for the reverse.
Doesn't look like that score is going to improve anything for Gilmore, so Lakey still needs a 5.23. Racetrack left, trying to come around off the bottom. Backside wrap, snaps it again off the lip. Another solid move there just to get down the line, putting that one to bed all the way down to the beach. The lefts were haunting her at the start of this semifinal. Could that be a lead change at 1 minute and 40 seconds to go, Laura?
Wow. That is going to be so tight. Look, it was a bigger wave. She got that race down, and then so much speed into this first turn. Lakey, that's what we're used to seeing. I mean, it's going to be close. They're going to have to put this up against Steph's first wave, but she had, you know, the speed different to Steph's in the way that it was more down the line, and she took that speed down the line, but, you know, throwing spray and keeping that flow throughout, and yeah, it's going to be a hard one for the judges right now.
Yeah, that's a really tough call. The first turn was the money turn, but a little held back. You could kind of see that she didn't really lay into it 100%. There you go.
Lakey's up again, throwing some water, pushing really hard on this inside corner, knowing that that might be her last shot against Steph Gilmore. Now, a couple of scores to lock in for Lakey Peterson. Judges do have video replay. They can bring up Steph's 5.5 to make those comparisons. They can watch them both back to back. It is incredibly close.
Wow.
Don't want to be a judge, you know. It's a rough job, and it's a thankless job. Everybody's, you know, watching, and here we go, split peak, bang off the top, nice snap. Trying to get a little tube time, comes through. See if she can finish off on the inside here. There's nothing left for her.
And then Lakey once again, 2 lefts towards the end of this heat, Laura. How is this one?
Yeah, this one a bit smaller, I think, and just wanting to, you know, hopefully just try to give everything that she can. Look, she's so on now, and all of her timing and everything, throwing so much spray, but it's just going to come down to the wave size and where the judges saw that on the bank.
And I feel like the intent that she rode that wave with, if she would have done that on that set, she would have had to score 100%. But now there's a question because the intent on that wave wasn't what we just saw. It wasn't a fired up, you know, I'm going to just crush this wave. And there was a little bit of holdback on the turns even on the first big one. So, you know, you can see it as they ride these waves.
Steph Gilmore chasing her 50th championship tour final appearance. Will she get it, or did Lakey do enough to turn things around? Remember, 7-1 in Steph's favor in her career in these matchups with Lakey Peterson. But it doesn't get any closer than this.
How fun is it to watch it go down in the water, too? You know, you don't know what's happening. The scores are still getting registered, and these athletes are going to have to come in. They'll probably hear the scores. They're walking up the steps. Nervous moments.
I think it'll come down to the wave height, and yeah, just obviously that. I think the first set that Lakey got, I don't think that last wave that she got will factor in, me personally. But oh look, there we go.
Scores dropping like you thought. The previous left for Lakey Peterson, a 5.57. That was enough for the lead change. Now we have last of Gilmore. She was left chasing a 5.85.
Wow.
I think that's all she wrote there. I don't think she's going to get that on that little right-hander.
No.
Is that what the score is going to drop for her? So they gave it to Lakey, and that's a solid. I mean, like I said, it's a rough, you know, go. You don't know what's going to happen as you come in on the sand, but she must be very happy.
Wow.
Last score for Gilmore, 4.07, not enough. Lakey takes one again off of Stephanie Gilmore for just the second time in her career, and she's in back-to-back finals here in Peniche. Up next, Carissa Moore takes on Tatiana Weston-Webb. We'll bring in Shannon and Pete for the call. The Male Pro Portugal, presented by Rip Curl, is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Expedia, official travel booking partner of the World Surf League. By Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League. And by Hertz, official partner of the Male Pro Portugal, presented by Rip Curl.
Well, finals day is underway, and we've just seen Lakey Peterson nearly on the buzzer take out the great 7-time world champion in Steph Gilmore. They've had some epic matchups in their past, and now Lakey has one more against one of the GOATs in our sport.
How close was that heat, too? It was really almost too close to call. Lakey ends up getting it at the very end. Congratulations to her, getting a second win to Steph Gilmore, but very, very close.
Absolutely. My name's Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Pete Mel and Kaipo Guerrero. Kaipo, how stoked are you on this final with Carissa Moore and Tatiana Weston-Webb?
Well, this is going to be a great semifinal, setting things up, and in the big scope of things, when we're looking at the yellow leaders jersey, Lakey Peterson does have an opportunity to take that yellow leaders jersey. She would need a win here, and she's already in the final, so she's getting close to that goal of being the leader going into stop number 4. But the scenario is going to spin around because Carissa Moore also has an opportunity to grab that yellow leaders jersey, but she needs to make the semifinal number 2 and get into the final.
It's all up for grabs today as we're running through into the finals. Of course, we've got one more semifinal for the women to decide who is going to match up against Lakey Peterson in back-to-back finals for Lakey. Out in the lineup now, Carissa Moore, currently world number 4, the returning world champion from 2021, up against Tatiana Weston-Webb, currently sitting number 14 in the world, coming off of a second-place finish, Pete, the best in her career last year in 2021. And now she's battling back to keep herself in that mix as we look towards the midseason cut.
Well, and she's feeling really good now, being that she's in the semifinals. She's going to move above that cut line, which is what she needed to do at this event. But I would imagine, more than anything, she wants to take a win because the wins mean so much. I mean, it's 10,000 points, right? And it's 2,000 points higher than the second place. Actually, it's even more. So it's a very, very crucial thing to take a win.
Carissa Moore throwing that tail out on that first turn, comes in under the foam on the second and goes down.
Bit of a bummer there for Carissa because there was some good zest in that first snap, looking very, very good. And then out of nowhere, she takes a fall. It is early in the morning. It is chilly, so the warm-ups.
No, that's what's happening. I mean, I saw Carissa in the Red Bull athlete zone, and she was doing everything she could to stay warm. She was, you could tell that the warm-up process for these surfers was real. So here's a replay, and you can get cold feet sometimes, literally cold feet, and that equals a loss in traction.
I know that when you first hit the water, it takes a moment for those feet to kind of settle in. It takes a moment. It feels just ice cold, and then about 5 minutes, 10 minutes into your session, it starts to feel a lot better. And then hour in, if you're sitting around, those things turn into just lumps of coal.
You kind of go through that really cold patch right at the start, and then things warm up, and you're like, oh, it's actually really warm out here. And then you realize, oh no, it's almost like because it's so cold, it feels warm.
Yeah.
And that's not the most comfortable situation. Carissa Moore drops in a 4.33 for that opening ride against Tatiana Weston-Webb, and
that's a pretty good score for just that one maneuver, and that goes to show that there's that extra zest in her step. You can see it. It was very clear, and if she could put 2 of those together, all of a sudden we're going to see into the good range. That last heat got suppressed. There wasn't a lot. There was a 6.77. I think it was the highest score of that last heat. I expect a little different here, especially by the way of Carissa looks this first wave.
Carissa in the lead with that 4.33, and Tatiana sitting in that second place position in head-to-head matchups. Carissa has the edge on Tatiana Weston-Webb as we take a look at those Hydro Flask deep stats.
That's a pretty good ratio, though, against Carissa Moore. I mean, being that she is an avid winner over a decade of surfing here, Tatiana has 4 wins to Carissa's 6. That's a pretty good ratio.
Yeah, that is pretty solid, and Tatiana is going to be looking for that comeback. The most recent of their matchups, of course, outside of just right now, was at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, where they went head-to-head in those final 3 heats to determine the world title, and Tatiana Weston-Webb got the better of that first exchange.
Yeah, took it to 3. That's what you got to do. I mean, and think about the day that she would have had. I mean, I think at the very end there with that 3rd heat would have been very difficult to keep the sustain, would have been tired, guaranteed. I mean, you put in a couple heats. She started She's the number 3 seed, I think, when she won that, right? And so she would have served the third, 4 heats. That would have been the 5th heat. So that was a lot in one day.
Yeah, absolutely. She took down Sally Fitzgibbons in her first matchup and then took out Carissa in the second. So 2 wins, 2 heat wins back to back. But then Carissa made that comeback and took out her 5th world championship. As we see her now riding down the line, throws that tail out on the first turn. Just seemed a little bit slower in momentum, Kaipo, than that first wave she took off on.
Yeah, paced approach there for Carissa Moore. And again, the field is going to continue to change. It's 7:41 local time right here, and the tide continues to drop out. But you know what? I like the intent there. I mean, that's a pretty standard Carissa Moore backhand hack, and she is going to apply a little bit more pressure to Tatiana Weston-Webb. The exchange of rails from heel to toe, just really nice there. Gets a little caught up on the heel, and that's what suppressed that wave potential.
I like the fact that our tide's dropping out a little bit because with the smaller conditions, it's going to make the wave a little bit steeper. We still seems like it's going to be pretty peaky, so we're not going to worry about too many closeouts.
Yeah. Yeah, and like I was saying, it's 7:40 local time. We're going to drop to 11:43, so we got a few more hours of tide drawing from the reef, from the sandbar right now. And Pete, the coefficients are much lower today with the tide change, just about 7 feet.
Yeah, it's not going to be as drastic a change, and just the extra foot of tide not being as drastic, you're going to see this just a more paced, it won't affect the swell as much.
Down to 22 minutes on the clock. We've just seen Lakey Peterson just really holding it together in that mental game, knowing that she was chasing that score, Kaipo, to take the lead back from Steph Gilmore. And with just a few minutes on the clock, she could have let it get away from her.
Yeah, she could have. And I like the entire kind of mental space of finals day today, in that we've worked our way all the way to the semifinals. So our surfers only need to stay in the zone for a shorter period of time. And I think that's really going to be it's going to free up the surfers, because it's not like a sustained finals day where you may start, at the round of 16, quarterfinals, semifinals, finals. It's just really focusing in. I mean, here's the truth. For the men and the women, it's 4 waves to victory, any way you look at it. 2 good waves in the semifinals, 2 good waves in the final, and just number 1 on the podium.
That's the simplicity of it. We did have a long day yesterday, though, so however last night was managed, I think that's a key element, how you set up your dinner to sleep patterns. Sometimes you can sleep really easily, sometimes it's very tough. It's an all, there's a lot to it outside of just the competition day.
And of course, this entire week has been focused around the conversation of International Women's Day coming up on March 8th. And that will be tomorrow, an exciting day to just focus on women around the world. And this week we've been focusing on inspirational female athletes. Out in the lineup right now, repping different jerseys in their own names. Carissa Moore has the name of the great Rail Sun out of Hawaii, who just set the standard within women's surfing and paved the way.
She's taken the baton from Rail Sun and just kept it going down the track. She's exactly like Rail, giving back to the youth, focusing on the youth, being a mentor. It's really cool.
Auntie Rail, I mean, you're bringing almost a tear to my eye right now. You're getting me. She's from my neighborhood. I grew up around Auntie Rail. She was really someone who inspired a lot of us Hawaiian kids just to get out there and surf, and just a real positive role model. And Rail's legacy, it's real, and it's still around for us, Keiki Oka'aina, for us kids from Hawaii. It's still real.
So beautiful. Well, starting her own legacy, Lakey Peterson is in back-to-back finals here at the MEO Pro Portugal, as we see live action with Tatiana Weston-Webb. A strong scratch to get into this one. Now up and riding on her forehand. Great wrap. Just drifts that tail around and goes in for the pocket on that second turn. As things soften off, she's going to do everything she can to show the judges she is in control.
I like that wave. I think there was some good intent there. Her first 2 were just throwaway scores. This is going to be her first substantial score. Completed the ride, had a good, strong first turn, pushing the fins. When you get the smaller conditions like that, any little point of difference is going to be better for you, obviously. Worked it till the very, very end, but that first section is the most critical section, and that's the most important part of the wave, and she did well on it.
Scores to come through with 19 minutes on the clock for Tatiana Weston-Webb. She's chasing a 6.9 to take the advantage over Carissa Moore. And Lakey Peterson is down on the beach with Strider Wasilewski.
Shannon, yeah, Lakey kind of peaks and valleys, did well at Pipeline, then had a little downtime at Sunset, but now here in Peniche, you're looking great.
Thank you. Yeah, it's gosh, it feels so good to be in that final. I really wanted to win that heat. Felt like I started just on the wrong side of the pace, and against Stephanie, you can't really do that. You can't afford to, but yeah, it feels so great to be into the final, and yeah, one more to go.
Did you draw some comfort in the conditions? Kind of feeling like back home where you're from?
Yeah, totally. I'm so used to the cold, and where I'm from, you know, I serve a lot of beach breaks that are small and hard, and so it is a lot like home for me here. I feel really comfortable. Yeah, and I love Portugal. You know, I've done well here in the past, and it's just great to be back, and yeah, I'm excited for the rest of the day.
All right, we'll let you get warm, get ready for the finals.
Awesome. Thanks, Strider. Thanks, everyone back home watching. Appreciate it.
Excited to see Lakey in back-to-back finals here, finding that rhythm, and she'll be looking for a victory over either Carissa Moore or Tatiana Weston-Webb, depending on who gets that upper hand here. Tati dropped in a 3.93 Pete for that last wave.
Wow, they didn't really like it as much as I did. I thought it was at least comparable, if not better.
I thought that first turn was pretty cool.
It was pretty cool, but I think the judges were saying it was probably a little flat, because when you go into a turn and you kind of flat spin the board, not something that the judges really bite into. You need to really dig down and in, get that rail sink. You know, judges all were in agreement that it was lower than the first score of Carissa Moore. Just to touch on Lakey real quick too, is one of the things that she's heading into Bells, which is really her second home. Her partner's from the area, so she spends a lot of time at Bells, so you'd have to be thinking she's pretty good there.
Carissa looking for that big finishing floater, single maneuver, so much style and grace involved. Tatiana Weston-Webb answering back. Solid size set, standing up from the outside. Nice snap to start off. Goes in for a similar one on that second turn and connects through for the finish.
Yeah, that's going to be, Tati's going to get the best of that exchange between her and Carissa easily. So we may see a lead change happen right now, because she stitched together a great wave on the backhand.
2 vertical snaps, which is key, going up vertical on these smaller conditions. This is the back angle of it, so it's going to even look better from here. But she times it perfectly, straight up into the pocket, 2 in a row, too. She got a little steeper section on the second maneuver, which we haven't seen yet today. To get 2 solid moves like that, we could see this go into the good range, maybe even excellent. We'll see where the judges put this into the scale of things. Carissa, just the big float, carrying speed really well, but not a super difficult move, so it's just going to be a lower score. Probably fit into her top 2 for now, as we see the beautiful light there.
Yeah. We're going to see the seesaw battle right now. We're definitely going to see Tatiana Weston-Webb come over Carissa Moore. For the moment, we're still waiting for that score, but it's all but guaranteed, Pete.
I would say so. Needs a 3.64. She'll get that lead change pretty obviously.
Carissa drops in a 3.23 for that big floater. So she's sitting in the lead with a 7.56 heat total. Tati at the moment just chasing a 3.64, as you mentioned. And this will be, for both of them, they made it into the semifinals here last year as well. So those equal placements, it'll be great to see who's able to take that advantage and advance through. Carissa, however, took away a win here in 2010 during her rookie season against Steph Gilmore. And we've got a great set rolling through as we're waiting for scores for that last of Tati and Carissa with a strong paddle, a big left opening up in front of her, a beautiful clean face, great snap up into the pocket and out onto the face for that nice wrap. Now looking for the finishing section, puts on a clean touch. And she'll kick out as scores are in for last of Tatiana Weston-Webb. A 6.83 sets the standard in this heat, Kaipo, and takes Tati into the lead.
Right, and now Carissa Moore looking for that 6.44. We just saw her surf that wave, and the big question, I guess, Pete, is was the performance on the last left by Carissa Moore enough for that 6.44 and another lead change?
Yeah, I don't think so. I'll say that the lefts seem to have a little bit more open face, but they're not as vertical. The other day it was almost switched, right? The left seemed to be more vertical on the face. Today a change in swell direction. As you watch this wave out on the shoulder, most of those maneuvers, it's going to go into her top 2, but I don't think it's going to be enough for the lead change.
Chasing that 5.77 for Carissa, scores in as a 5.00 for this one.
Yeah, so scores already in for this wave, and as we anticipated, it was not enough for Carissa Moore, so she's Tatiana Weston-Webb still with the lead change. But look at the clean conditions this morning. on the wave face, just absolutely beautiful. And what you might be asking, why are we running? You know, we saw some of these bigger days here at Super Tubos, but today we are offered with these clean conditions, the contestable surf, and we anticipate everything in the Atlantic just to completely switch personalities. We got a storm coming in, and that's really a lot of the motivation on getting this final to stay underway, because, Pete, it's going to get ugly out here.
Yeah, I talked to Renato. I went up into the judges booth there and hung out for the previous heat. Talked to Renato, who is making the calls for this event. Pratamo was a little bit reluctant this morning because he wanted it to be fair, wanted a lot more opportunity. And with the declining swell, there was a bit of reluctancy to run today. But again, you mentioned it. We got a storm coming. It's going to be lots of swell, but for here, it's all west winds, south winds. We do have barely some moments here and there, like piecing it together if we could, like maybe some good conditions, but overall, it's going to be lumpy and dumpy. So we're going to take the clean conditions right now.
Right, and for days, right, Pete? Not just the one storm, for days.
Well, we've got some clean conditions down on the beach. We've got Strider reporting in what's happening with the conditions, the tides, and the surf down on the lineup.
Well, you know, you can see what's happening down here. We've got some nice clean conditions, and we've got, you know, some great waves on offer for these athletes to get busy with. But what I wanted to touch on was just the fact of, like, when you're up in the competitor zone and you have the noise of all your opponents and the coaches, and, you know, you're in that little zone up there, you really feel kind of looked at and under the microscope, so to speak. And then as you walk down, you got the crowd and the people, and you hear the commentators. But, you know, once you actually get down here to the beach and you come down and you walk out to the water and you feel the actual the sun on your back, and then you get down, and as you get out into the lineup, you can look out at the horizon and you find peace. And if you're in a heat and you're like kind of behind, or you're feeling like you need something, you can always look out at the horizon, reset, and kind of find your place of solace that you can really just go back inside and focus on what you need to do. So surfing is one of those unique sports where you can, you know, you're not on the basketball court, you're not on the football field, there's nowhere to hide in those places, in those arenas. Out here, you can kind of get your peace of mind and look out at the ocean and look out at the horizon line and find that peace of mind and kind of reset.
Are you throwing down a little solar gazing there? Because it looks like you got sun on your face. You need to wake up a little bit.
Good morning.
Oh, we'll get Strider's eyes open by midday for sure.
Great to hear from Strider. And just that realization, I mean, how lucky are we as surfers that this is what our job is today? That this is, you know, for these athletes, this is their job. They're walking into work right now and they get to paddle out in some early morning sunny conditions.
It's yin and yang, really. I mean, and Strider elaborated on that. It's like, hey, you can stare out at the horizon. You actually feel like you're alone in the world in that moment, right? And then obviously the yang, you turn around and look over the course, and you've got judging, and you've got spotlights, and you got cameras.
Carissa, strong hit on her backhand, two-turn combination. She has that glance straight back into the judge's eyes.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a lead change again. We're going to see that seesaw battle, Kaipo. You agreeing with me?
I don't know.
I see some reluctancy.
Well, she needs a 5.77. Let's take another look at it, okay? Nice first turn. Second, a little glide right there. It may be, but just barely, I think.
That flow dynamic, absolutely beautiful. Scores to come through for Carissa Moore. She's chasing a 5.77. We'll have to wait to find out. 10 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Scores coming through for Carissa, and Tati having a look here. Strong paddle on her forehand. She's going to go up into the pocket on that first nice snap. Hits the end section. Is she going to pull it out? Oh. Unfortunately, unable to. Heartbreak. She would have been thinking of that 8.83 she had yesterday, hitting that solid finishing section and appearing from the foam at the end. So that score will not factor in. Carissa Moore has a score dropping through now. She's chasing a 5.77. It's a 5.17, not enough for Carissa Moore to take the lead. Carissa now out the back with priority, 9 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock, and we'll be right back with more action.
You want to do a 3.93. Your high score is 6.83. It's still the high score of the whole week. The Carissa sitting a couple of fives, 5.97, chasing 5.61. North Red, second for 2-1. And ladies, there's now 9
It's finals day here at the MEO Pro Portugal, presented by Rip Curl, and the women have been on fire this morning in icy conditions. Tatiana Weston-Webb currently in the lead with a 6.83, backed it up with a 3.93. Carissa Moore sitting in second with a 5.17 and a 5.00, just shy of the heat total she needs to be taking that advancing position into the final round against Lakey Peterson. Carissa Moore chasing that 5.60. And Pete, we can see that glisten of the sun. There's no wind, not a breath of it on the surface of the ocean right now.
Yeah, well, Surfline has us forecasting that we were going to have some north this morning early, but then backing off and then actually turning to more westerly onshore conditions. So that, again, is the reason why we started so early. I got the 7 a.m. start, just a little added extra chill in the air at that time of the morning. I mean, at this point now, you can see there is going to be a slight shift here. There's zero wind. I mean, the flags are draped down. In March here, you usually get a lot of wind. Right now, zero.
Yeah, we're racing ahead of the storm, and Italo Ferreira racing down the beach right now, getting ready for men's semifinal number 1, Shannon.
The full Brazilian blow between Italo Ferreira and Filipe Toledo coming up in men's semi-final number 1. That is going to be a crazy one.
I was going to say, Kaipo, I mean, between these two right here and what you've seen so far, I mean, these guys are, to me, it feels 50-50. Who's gonna take it? I can't pick one or the other.
And a big tail drift from Tatiana Weston-Webb, loses momentum on that. Scores to come through, just a small one. Carissa sitting out the back. She's had priority for a while, being nice and patient, waiting for a wave that's really going to give her that opportunity to get her highest wave of the heat in order to advance. And here we go on the backhand. Nice and speedy heading into that first section, and then just hits a wobble, that froth in the texture and the surface of that wave, Pete.
Yeah, she was pushing hard. You know, that last wave didn't come for her. She knew it. The 5.17 didn't turn the heat. Now looking for the 5.60. Nice first turn. That's a good start, but you can see she was pushing harder this time. And right here in the foam, when you push hard, look at the first thing that happened there was losing the grip on the bottom turn. So she lost drive and speed there, and that just made it off-timed for that second maneuver and goes down. So another chance gone away.
5 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. And we've been having that conversation around International Women's Day. And what a more fitting way to celebrate it this month by announcing that Rising Tides is returning to the championship tour. Rising Tides will be presented by Pura Vida in 2022, and it is a program designed to inspire the next generation of surfers, bringing together young athletes with the WSL athletes and local legends at the championship tour at stops around the globe, creating better connections in and out of the water. And that's going to be so fun to see it return for a lot of those young surfers around the world, getting to meet and mingle with their heroes and hit the lineup with them at the world's best locations.
Yeah, and I love that Pura Vida is in on that one. You know, one of the new brands that has great success.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely amazing. I had the privilege of being involved back in 2019 here on the shores in Peniche, and we had this amazing turnout of just all these frothy young groms, you know, girls just as young as 5 years old out here looking to get in the water with their heroes. And then some of those women who are now competing on the qualifying series with hopes of, you know, getting into the championship tour. We had Olympic athletes who, you know, made that Olympic appearance last year that were there at Rising Tides as groms back in 2019. As we see Carissa flying down the line into a huge layback snap on that single section. Will it take more than one maneuver to get the score she requires to take that advancing position?
Well, if I'm going to look at what the judges thread said, one single amazing maneuver will get scored. And this is one of those things. She carries a ton of speed into this maneuver here. Nice, powerful snap, gets the drift. Everything was good, no hitches in the rails. So it was a very solid one maneuver wave.
Kaipo, what did you like about this?
I like the power, I like the intent, I like the rail work, I like the strength that Carissa employed on that one. It's one maneuver though. This one's another one that's going to be on the wire. The last attempt wasn't enough, but this is a lot of power, a lot of push, a lot of flexibility, and so it was a dynamic maneuver. We'll see what the number comes in, but I suspect it's not going to be enough.
And there it is, a 4.37 for Carissa Moore, not enough. And now with just 3 minutes, 20 seconds, the men getting ready to head out into the lineup. Carissa Moore is sitting, chasing that 5.60, and she is in second priority. Tatiana Weston-Webb.
She has a, sorry, I was just saying that Tatiana has a really good distinct advantage here because she's carrying a 3.93. She has priority, so it feels like to me, in order for to solidify this heat, is better that 3.93 because that's where she's being left exposed, is having that low score, because that fact that she has a 6.83, she's like almost 2 points ahead of the best wave of Carissa. So if she gets herself another 5, she's going to put a big number needed for Carissa Moore.
All right, she's going to let Carissa have this one, and she'll have to pull out of that. Softer, smaller wave, a little closeout in front, Kaipo.
Carissa's got to get away from Tati. Carissa needs the score. And one thing that I know that Carissa Moore can do is air reverses. And I've seen her do them so many times in free surfs. I mean, we grew up Kiwalo surfing together. I've seen her do probably 25 of them, you know, in my life. And this would be the time. Get away from Tati and bust one of those air reverses and get that number.
I mean, the air reverse that Carissa pulled out at Newcastle in 2021 on the championship tour was unreal. We know she's got it.
These two are chatting it up and laughing. That's pretty funny.
That's really sweet.
Right?
I
mean, we're
love
here at
women's
semifinals.
surfing so much.
They usually, the men would be like just cold shoulders, right? And here they are just laughing it up, having a good time.
Well, it's so cool. I mean, in their careers against each other, 13 previous head-to-head matchups. Carissa has Tati 8-5, which includes those WSL Finals matchups from just last season. But an interesting statistic between the two of these is that in beach break conditions, they're equal, 2 for 2. Tati has taken out Carissa at Narrabeen and in France, both beach break conditions similar to these. Carissa has taken her in Rio in France. And so really it's going to be, you know, who can take the better of the beach breaks as we see.
Sold.
Oh, that was a good sell.
With
100% sold.
Priority change coming through. Carissa now in the driving seat, chasing her biggest score of the heat, Pete, in a 5.6. With a set coming.
That's exactly why you don't smile and chat.
The
That is exactly why you don't smile and chat.
Easy, Kaipo. Sorry, I won't smile.
Carissa Moore bringing the aloha spirit into the conversation, sitting under priority, teases Tatiana with the smile in the conversation, and now the Olympic gold medalist is sitting in a position, but the ocean has gone flat with 30 seconds on the clock.
I mean, she had to sell that wave, which meant that she could put her out of position for those 2 waves. So, you know, again, that's part of the game.
It's going to be unfortunate if a wave doesn't come through because Carissa did everything she needed to do in those final 2 minutes.
Wow, what a heat. Tatiana looking for her first final appearance here at Super Tubos. Went down in the semifinals last year. And with 5 seconds on the clock, just a quiet moment out in the lineup.
Unfortunate. She's not going to get a swing at it.
But a great performance, and she'll still be well in a good spot on the rankings. Tatiana Weston-Webb needs this, though. She came into this event 14th on the rankings. Now looking at a final against Lakey Peterson. Men's semifinal number 1, Italo and Filipe hitting the lineup.
go. Count to start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Semifinal number 1 is on. This will be made up of the national Chegando competição masculina.
Good morning and aloha!
Next level pokey right there. So good.
A crisp and fresh morning and high excitement, high intensity semi-finals right now at the MEO Pro Portugal, presented by Rip Curl, and our second finalist for the women, Tatiana, Weston-Webb. Pretty solid performance from her in that second semi-final, earning a spot coming up in the final, which will all be happening today. All comes down to today, and here to talk you through it, Paul Evans, joined by Strider Wasilewski, Laura Anova. How are we feeling?
Wow, exciting morning so far. I'm excited. I'm very, very keen to see how this all rolls out today.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Out in the water right now, was a definite difference in like positioning. Italo went way down to the left, and Filipe just ran straight out in the front there. So I don't know if they're next to each other in the lineup at the moment, but there's definitely a different position.
Straight down a live business. Ferreira, quick hit off the top, drops a hammer, and he won't manage to ride out of that. So Italo taking on Filipe Toledo, and a very highly anticipated encounter. These two have been dropping hammers throughout the event, serving fair notice of the kind of surfing they're going to bring in this semi-final. And you think about the opportunities out there, Strider, kind of conditions we've got, little pockets everywhere, little ramps all over the place.
Yeah, you know, they started out in different positions there, but now look, you know, looks like Felipe's come down to that left area, and there's, you know, right there was a good right-hander too that I saw, you know, while I was down on the beach. So Italo slamming the lip, quick transition snap, goes for the layback jam, and just with that uneven water, can't stay over his board. But you can see how quickly he comes through the lip. Even when he just does a transition snap, his fins are out the back. This guy is just out of control. Tries to throw it out there, but can't bring it back underneath.
Really interesting just to see the approach from these two this morning, hanging out in the Rebel athlete zone. Filipe Toledo kind of started building up that kinetic energy. He's on the exercise bike. He's chatting with everyone. When Tati had the wrong singlet on, he's calling Jesse Mendez, running in to grab the other one. By contrast, this man, Italo, he's creeping away in a corner. He's pretty quiet. He's got the beanie on pretty low, hoodie on, and he's just kind of keeping it dialed right back. And Laura, you think he's doing that in order to explode once he hits the water.
Yeah, and I think even coming to the contest site this morning, everyone was here in the dark. Italo actually went out for a little surf and came in and had like the hip hop, like rap blaring in the competitors area before Filipe arrived. And you know, they're both psyching. They had that 2015 finals matchup, and I've just been so excited for this matchup in the semis here today, and I think it's definitely going to be the fastest heat of the event for sure.
So much smaller conditions here this morning, but you can see how clean it is. Strider's thinking about the approach from these two, what we've already seen from them, and what kind of ways exactly are they looking for? Are we thinking this is going to be like one of those classic priority battles, control the sets? Let's just stick with live for now, as we'll pick up Ferreira backside from him. A ton of speed. There's the rotation, stomps it.
Wow.
And that's really nicely done from Italo Ferreira, and looks like
he's going to change the board. You know, I feel like...
Looked pretty good to me.
Well, definitely did. Maybe there was a crease in it. Maybe when he landed, he felt it click. You know, you can feel the board as it breaks underneath you.
Yeah, he must have.
All right, live action right behind him, Toledo. Big wrap and turn from him. And somehow just grabs that rail and goes down. So while Italo Ferreira is on the inside, changing that equipment.
Yeah, he broke that one.
So a broken board for him. It'll probably be just, what, an identical backup?
I would say so, yes. But the reality is, none of these boards are the same. It's an interesting thing. You can, even if they're machine groomed, you get a board, it doesn't feel the same. So there's differences in every one, and I think that's because it all comes down to the sanders and the glassers. When you really finish shaping a board with a sander.
Yeah, you try to replicate the exact. Look at this. This was crazy. So inverted there, landing the flats. That is the way he wanted to start.
You know what's crazy? Look how late he got to the lip and still was able to project, but you can see it break underneath his feet. So right there, he's bouncing on it going, oh, does this feel broken? And yes, it was. Filipe Toledo throws that snap, and then he gets a little slippery there on the nose, huh? Looked like his foot slipped off.
That was a really, really awesome turn. I think both of these guys are going to turn up the notch. They just have so much history, and I feel like we're going to see them both go bonkers right now.
Quick change of equipment for Italo Ferreira. Didn't waste much time doing it. Someone who didn't waste much time throwing big numbers against the reigning world champion is Tatiana at Weston-Webb. She's with Louisa.
She's just telling me that her feet is like falling from, it's like super cold. Tati, you just went up to 7th place. Did that best of 3 from last year just to give you gas for this heat today?
Yeah, Carissa always inspires me to surf better, and obviously I lost the title to her last year, making like the smallest mistakes. So I just knew I needed to try to do the best I possibly could, and I'm really, really proud and happy that I made that heat.
Saw you very focused there. What was the mindset? What were you looking for?
Honestly, I was just trying to like focus on myself and catch the good waves, and luckily that 683 came right to me, and I don't think if it was for that wave I wouldn't have made the heat, so I'm really grateful for that.
Tati, manda uma mensagem pro Brasil, pros teus fãs.
Olá, todo mundo no Brasil. Queria agradecer vocês pela torcida. Vamos que vamos. Vai ter Brasil no final.
É isso, thank you so much, congratulations. She just sent a message to her fans and saying thank you so much for all the, the support, and Brazil's gonna be on the finals. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Louisa. We're catching up. Italo Ferreira going the forehand rotation, so wasted no time at all on that backup equipment in the lineup. But the news on the scoreboard, well, already with a massive number going in the excellent for the huge backhand rotation. 8.8 for prior to this stride. He'll throw this one away, but already put massive numbers on the board.
Yeah, and it almost was interesting. He gave up on that air. It almost seemed like he gave up a bit on it. That was the replay of Toledo, who kind of just is out of rhythm in this heat so far. Hopefully he can regain composure, but Toledo looked like he was just spinning and looked really on point going down the line, and as he left the lip line, but it looked like he almost found a discomfort in the rotation, and just didn't come down with it. And then, maybe it was something that these guys feel immediately. They're so sensitive and they know their equipment so well that maybe there was just something in there he didn't like and he threw it away. Big score though, huh? For that big backside rotation, Laura?
Yeah, it was always going to be a huge number. Super critical, nice and tail high and lofty with an absolute ton of speed. And crucially, that broken board, we think the tail buckled as he landed on the whitewater. He managed to get the completion. So that buckle not knocking him off. And Italo Ferreira, Laura, let's get another look at this backhand effort from him. It's impressive.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. See the feet at the very end, they come together, and then to be able to just stay over your board and not fall back. These guys just have so much leg strength, and just like, you can almost see them wobble back, but they've done this over and over again. And yeah, board change right up there.
I think it's just so cool. Like, your average bear is going to go out and hit the lip a couple times, and then the advanced surfer is going to do an air, and if he breaks his board, he's not even going to know it. But these guys are so hypersensitive that as he broke the board, he was like, let me hop around on this and see if it's really broken. Yep, up, put the hand up. That all happened in about a second, maybe. And just, to go through the process that quickly in your mind and in your heat and go, oh, yeah, I need a new board. Let's do it. Switch it out. Boom, bang, bang. Back out there.
Yeah, not even a smile. He was just like, board change, back to it, back to work.
Live action, Toledo with a ton of speed, looking for a ramp. What's he got for us here? He pumps vigorously down the line. Massive forehand rotation. And again, just kind of overspins it. And he'll go down, not the start he was after.
I feel like that wave just had like too much space for him to be pumping, and like it was crazy that he could even keep that much speed. Like everyone would have lost their speed, but Filipe, you just see him like so much speed, and just would have been amazing if that section came a bit sooner, but kind of hit it a bit too early as well. But I feel like we're seeing glimpses of Filipe. We know that if he can come together, then yeah, he'll get some excellent scores.
Just absolutely flying down the line with so much speed. We talk about being the fastest surfer in the world, and that speed ultimately seeing him go incomplete on that turn. But I love what we've seen already is we'll see glimpses of one of the surfers in our second semi-finals. This man is a two-time world champ. His name's John Florence. Game face on now, getting that wax up there, all the way up the board for those progressive flaring maneuvers. Florence will be taking on Griffin Colapinto, who was pretty much in full lotus position getting ready. He looked very zen. Had the full lotus going, he had the Oakleys on, and he looked like he was just vibing and getting ready to try and bring some of that fire he brought yesterday with that perfect 10. How was that?
He's actually meditating, and he's been doing it. He's finding peace of mind, and it's, you know, 10 minutes of meditation can really calm the mind and really bring you to a centered place. And he's been doing this routine to find himself in a great headspace before a heat, and it's been working out for him, obviously. I mean, he's looking great. He's on point, in the present, and that's what you need to be when you're going through your process in the air, doing 360s.
That's our second semi for the men. Griffin Colapinto, who went huge yesterday. Unbelievable the way he stomped that massive perfect 10. A big buzz around this site. Live action, Ferreira hits one, and his board gets away from the body there. Wait to see what happened. Almost like he pulled out of the turn a little bit early, and he'll go incomplete on that. So I think that's going to be the tone for this. We're going to see a lot of incomplete rides. When they stick, there's going to be numbers. Let's have a look here at this paddle closely, Strider.
Yeah, you know, Toledo just right there in his peripheral. And, you know, that would be getting into the headspace. Again, we just talked about that with Colapinto, but you really have to focus on your own game there. And, you know, just your opponent kind of poking in there, it makes things different.
Here goes Toledo, backhand this time, and he'll pump for speed off the bottom. Big rotation, clicks it, stomps it, and he'll whip one. He'll go down on the second turn, but judges will look at that backhand air, and they're really going to have to, well, get their thinking caps on and really just dissect exactly what's happening. Let's get another look.
Yeah, he just goes into it. Everything's great, but then right here, I'm just having a shocker on what's happening with the slipping off on the board there. I know it's not a shocker. It's cold out there, but it looks stuck on right there. Beautiful rotation, clicks back in, a little bit hung up on the lip, so it kind of leans back, but then right here, he does the big snap and then goes to pull the board back, but unweights maybe just a bit too much. There is a difference in the feeling of your feet when the water's this cold, and with that, I don't think the board's I don't think it's a sticky problem. I think there's great traction on those boards. I think what it is just the feeling, the actual sensitivity to your feet on the board, and when you go to re-weight, you're actually not sure if your foot is still on the board.
Totally. I mean, as well, like your feet are probably a bit colder than usual. You maybe like pushing a little bit too hard in places that you wouldn't usually, and it's just like those little like bits of you know, pressure that you're putting on the board can make such a difference. So I think just they push too hard, and Italo on the right here just not able to bring that one around. But
yeah, I think that the feet are numb, and it's hard to feel the board. And when you're going through your motions and distributing your weight, you can't even feel whether you're pushing hard enough or not.
There's nothing worse than having numb feet when you're trying to surf. I think even we saw Tati before. She's like, my feet are falling off. But yeah, what do you do before the next heat? I guess you try to put your socks on. And Jesse's going to be having to like give her a little foot massage, heat them up.
Well, Lakey had shoes on.
Yeah.
She, even before the interview, ran, put the shoes on, made sure that she was warmed up. And you know, I think she's obviously focused and understands how to do it. She's done it back home a lot, right?
Yeah. All these things play in on a day like today.
Ferreira having a concerted paddle effort. Here he goes, pumping down the line here. He'll look for a section, and here he goes into a forehand rotation. He'll just throw that one away. The number for Toledo prior to that coming a 6.17, so maybe leaving a couple of points on that wave with the incompleted second turn. And no real damage done in terms of scoreboard pressure. That last effort from Ferreira. And it looks like we're going to see quite a bit of this kind of stuff with several incompletions. When they stick, they could go big, already going big in the scoreboard. Ferreira with the 8.83 in the ascendancy in this one. Plenty of it left to come. 15 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in our first semi-final for the men. Join us for more live action on finals day after the break. Back in 2015, these two Brazilians met in the final. Filipe Toledo and Italo Ferreira took to the water. And what a final it turned out to be. And that was a rookie season for Italo Ferreira. Filipe Toledo, we already knew a little bit about what he could do.
This was his 10-point ride. This was absolutely mental. Look, he goes through on the inside here. Wow. Started the heat with this one. I remember it so clearly. It was just like a freak show.
What, you know, performance. And then this man just comes in, spinning out of the lip lines in a spring suit, just feeling everything about it. That was massive. That was one of the biggest backhand airs that we had seen in competition at that point, and it was incredibly stuck. I mean, how good did he look landing that thing?
Yeah, it was amazing. Then, yeah, I think Filipe had Italo in a combination, and then Italo just came back and got those two waves back to back and was straight into it. And but yeah, couldn't get past this man here.
Oof, the speed this guy was showing was unbelievable. His pops Ricardo there, waving that orange towel around, and Toledo coming through. It's so fun to see these guys, you know, at that age and that youth, and then still see them, you know, today going back out there to battle each other. They're definitely, you know, how long have they been at the top of the field?
Totally, and I think, yeah, many great haircuts down the line, and you know, lots of different style changes with their clothes. But yeah, their surfing has just gone above and beyond.
Here goes Italo Ferreira. A couple of hits from him on the backhand, and he'll whip one for a final turn. He'll go incomplete on that. He's been the busier of the pair here. That's the 7th wave for him. Toledo, no real action since that backhand rotation that he stomped. As we'll just pick things up going into the back half of this. Thinking about the matchups, that final back in 2015, 7 years ago now. The deep stats powered by Hydro Flask, and it's pretty even between these two. Not a lot to choose between them. Toledo with the slight nod, 5-4.
Yeah, and yeah, it's interesting to look at just this heat alone. I feel like, you know, the brilliance of Italo Ferreira on that first rotation was incredible. But since then, we haven't seen what we thought we were going to see out of them. They've been kind of, you know, flustered a bit almost. It's an interesting view into it. And, you know, usually you see these guys kind of running away with heats and doing crazy stuff, building momentum. It seems to be the opposite.
But it's an interesting sort of function of just the way the sport works, in that, you know, incomplete waves doesn't really affect your overall standing. It's not like golf. You have a bad shot and it affects your overall score. And you can afford to go incomplete, because when it does all come together, and if you are taking those risks, it's going to pay off big time. And it has already for Italo with that massive 8 at the start.
Yeah, it seems like even here he's just the connection with this board. It just doesn't seem like he has that same feeling with the other one that he had. But just not being able to get a completion and just, you know, uncharacteristic falls there for Italo.
Let's see what these two bring as we get in towards the final 11 minutes of this one. Still super clean out there. Much smaller conditions. Not really tubing this morning. It's all about the maneuvers, and when it's these two, you're particularly thinking about those above the lip maneuvers. So far, Ferreira, the better of the pair, getting early work done and already going into the excellent range. Toledo, it's looked a little bit out of sorts relatively for him. He's fallen off several times, pretty much on all the ways he's ridden. He's ended up falling off. He's got some points on the board, but we're expecting a lot more from him.
Yeah, you know, and I feel like he's just staying confident in that moment, and that, you know, I touched on it. I did a little beach hit down there, and you're just looking out at the horizon, and you're just finding a place to reset. And I feel like that's what he was doing there. And these guys just, you know, you look out there and you kind of say, okay, come on, bring me that set, bring me that wave, and you kind of get into that vibe and that feeling. And, you know, you can imagine in a heat the urgency of wanting to see that line pop up and see that wave coming at you and feel that energy right before you catch it.
Totally, and I think looking at the scores now, like Italo has that 8-8, Filipe's got the 6. That's like a really good backup, and for him, he'd be like, cool, now I'm going to try bag my 8, and then, you know, that could flip the heat. And I think for, you know, Italo, he's like, looking, I've only got a 3-8, obviously wanting to maybe try get a 6 or something just to make it an excellent score needed for Filipe.
Well, as the Hobgoods would say, 8s are lates. You know, you got to get them, and in a heat like this against, you know, these opponents, your oppositions are capable of 10s on every wave.
2s or 10s.
Finals day in Portugal. One of these two will be heading into that final. At the moment, Ferreira with the lead over Filipe Toledo. We've got our women's final set as well. And we're looking to be crowning champions sometime later this morning. Hoping that these conditions stay nice and clean and offer plenty of opportunity for our surfers. That swell slightly on the wane, but still some waves out there, some sections. And this man has had a beady eye on the lineup from pretty early this morning. He'll be one of the first down here, and he was scoping it out. We didn't know, obviously, if we're going to run. We're waiting for that call. And the relatively unique things about the sport is we don't know, our participants not even sure if we're going to be on. So that's all part of the armory, the headspace of a surfer needs to be prepared and ready to go when we're on.
And a good question is, did he want it? Did he want it to run? Right? So all these athletes probably have a thought in their head, and they're down at the beach and they're thinking, do I want this? Do I want it to be onshore and big? It's like, there was all these different forecasts going through, and in your mind, do you just sit there and like, do you have one thought, and then all of a sudden you didn't want it to run, and then they're running it, and then you're thinking, okay, I got to get back into headspace here. So many different ways that go through your morning.
And I know yesterday even I was speaking to Tati, and she was saying that she was hoping they'd hold off and run on the big stormy day because she knows that's her, that's where she can shine. But I mean, it's worked out for her. She's into the final. There's Griffin Colapinto there with those awesome sunnies in the absolute zone right there.
Getting ready to take on.
What's he listening to, guys? Beyonce.
And maybe it's just own music, who knows? You know what? The greatest part about that shot right there is the mystery of what's between the ears.
I'm fairly sure he's listening to some UK grime.
Yeah.
I'm thinking maybe Stormzy, Dave, something like that. Big into it, Griff.
No, Ariana Grande for sure.
7.5 on the clock in this. Gone a little quiet. The ocean has, the action has too. Ferreira still with that lead. A low number for a backup though. He won't want a 3 in his total. Come the horn, as Filipe Toledo will be looked to come back, and the 6.5 requirement for Filipe is not a big one right now. Priority lying with him. Priority's not really come into this so far. They've been quite separate from each other, Strider.
Yeah, they paddled out that way. I watched it down on the beach, and Italo ran down there farther down to the south end, and Filipe was straight out off the walkway. But interesting that you see that tide. You can see it pulling out off the shoreline there. That tide's going down, so it's going to kind of subdue the amount of waves that you get. So when you get them, you better capitalize.
All right, here we go. Toledo looking for something here, needs a score. He takes to the air and gets the rotation. You just see him squeeze that last turn out and has a little look back at the judging panel, a little sort of wry grimace towards the tower, and he'll be feeling much better about things.
That's more like it. Philly boy out there feeling that. I love the fact that he's going for that big first 3 and then coming down and finishing. That's just a great way to combine two really radical maneuvers, but to do the more risky maneuver out the back on the meat of the wave is where the judges are going to get a big score.
Thinking about this requirement, Laura, it's going to be a crucial number. He needs the 6.5, and this could be key in the context of the heat. Let's get another look.
I personally think he's got it. I mean, I loved this. That was so nice and clean, but then this as well, just flaring the fins out there and getting the really clean completion. So I think the judges will love it.
As we'll pick up a rotation that goes incomplete for Italo Ferreira. We're waiting for a score to come in for Filipe. And as we head down to the final 5.5 minutes or so in this encounter, we could be set up for a dramatic finish. Well, a number will come in that'll bring Toledo at least closer back into this. Could put him in the lead. It looks like he's going to have priority 2.
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be the score, and I feel like he's going to have a commanding position. And just seeing Italo, coming off his board like that so many times, it's just you can see that Toledo's gained composure, and Italo seems to be kind of coming unstuck a bit, not coming around the way he usually does. And maybe it's the waves, they're not projecting as hard, and so he hasn't adjusted to that power.
Could be the waves, the frozen feet, the board, anything could be really playing into that. But I mean, Filipe now is going to have, looking at this score trickling through, he's going to possibly be in a commanding position with priority for the last 4 minutes of this heat.
We're game on here for a big finish. Lead goes to Toledo. 7-5 dropping for him, and he goes to the lead. He's got priority too. Under 5 minutes remaining in our first semi-final. And Toledo, who had a pretty shaky start to this heat, Strider, now in the ascendancy.
Well, actually, this is where the fun starts. He's not going to leave him alone. He is going to sit right next to him. He's not going to give him an inch. And if there's a wave, which every wave, just by the way, Italo Ferreira can get the score on. So no matter what, he's going to take it from him.
Having a look at a right-hander here as he pumps down the line. What's the section going to offer him?
Oh.
A whippy rotation.
Almost shaved his speed off.
And meanwhile, right behind him, Ferreira in reply as he'll go into...
Oh, my God.
Gets the landing wrong. That makes your ankles hurt from up here. Just watching that. He seems fine. He'll get back on the board. He'll try and get priority too. I think Toledo's inside him, and he duck dives with a sense of urgency, trying to get back in the lineup. These are crucial moments. Look at this paddle battle going down here. We'll pick it up from the drone. Our priority judge, Ratso Buchanan's got to decide who gets into the lineup first to get that fast priority, and it could be crucial with 3.5 on the clock.
I think it's Toledo. He seems to be on the push out there to be in position. Toledo, look at this. Let's take a look at this. Air 3, backhand goes out, completely rotates on the stomp and just comes unstuck. But look at how quickly he goes completely around. You see the back foot was a bit elevated off the tail pad, and when he landed, you could see that everything wasn't like bolts onto it. Laura, you said he almost shaved the beard on this one.
Yep, just, oh, wow. It's a dangerous sport, guys.
Well, I mean, let's look at the contrast. You got to, you know, watch this board flip around. You see all those fins on there? He's got an extra fin, right?
Yeah.
So you've got a 4-fin under Toledo's feet, which is, you know, a different board. It keeps the speed. It's got a lot of flow. Once you gain your speed, it's not slowing down. And the other board, a tri-fin, you create that by turning, but there's a little bit of more, I guess, stability within your turns. So there's a different, you know, setup for both of those surfers. Colapinto, he's on a tri-fin.
Well, fireworks for the end of the heat, though. That was a good set, and I mean that, you know, if Italo could have stomped that, it would have been, you know, good night, Filipe. But you know, it's still wide open.
All on the line here with just over 2 on the clock. It's still Toledo with the lead. He's got priority as well. The requirement is not a big number for Ferreira, just requiring a 4.84. I wonder if it might just enter his mind and maybe just kind of change exactly what the maneuver he is after. Just needs a mid-range score. Doesn't need an 8 or a 9 as it is. Doesn't need to do the biggest air we've ever seen.
If anything comes, he's going to catch it and he can get that score. I mean, anything. So Toledo is going to have to take it from him, no matter what it is, no matter where it is, and he's not going to leave him alone. He's going to be all over him. He's going to be paddling right next to his feet. But the thing that's in his favor, in Ferreira's favor, is that there's usually 2 waves to sets, right? I mean, even the little inside wave. So all he's got to do is stay right next to him, see if he can keep him off a wave. If I'm Toledo, I am searching even for an inside wave because I know I can do, you know, anything on that and get that 4.884 there.
I feel like having a 4.84 for someone like Italo is like a hard score because if you're in the 6s or 7s, you know you have to go big, and then, you know, this is like a confusing number. Like, it's hard.
But he's never not going to go big.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, totally.
Well, further complicated by the fact that he does not have priority, and there's not a lot coming through as our drone gains altitude, and we have a look out, pretty much looking straight west right there. And that's the angle that the swell comes from and wraps in, and we can't see loads of sets coming through. Little adjustment in the lineup. Toledo will keep a watch just on the inside of Italo Ferreira and just shadow his movements and look to control this one out. It's not looking good at this stage for Italo Ferreira. A low number, the requirement, but opportunities, well, I'm not sure we'll see many more ways ridden in this.
Yeah, 2018 and 2019 champ here, so could be possibly going down, getting shut down from the trifecta.
Just 20 seconds on the clock. The crowd enjoying semi-final action. Finals day here at the MEO Pro Portugal. And it looks like Filipe Toledo, champ here in 2015 in a final that featured these two. It looks like he'll be heading into that final. And from sort of a shaky beginning to this seat, he just took control. Got a decent mid-range score, improved it then with a 7.5, and it's enough to see him past Italo Ferreira. There's going to be no three-peat for Italo as he'll bow out of competition at semi-final stage. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, John Florence, Griffin Colapinto, second semi. We'll be right back. Finals day in Portugal brings high stakes. We've already seen high-flying antics in the first semi-final. That man right there gets the nod over his compatriot Italo Ferreira. Filipe Toledo takes his place in the final of the MEO Pro Portugal, presented by Rip Curl 2022. Who's he going to be surfing against? One of these two in the water right now. Griffin Colapinto taking on John Florence. And on the backhand, here goes Griffin, searching down the line, just opening up that body and looking for a section. And he will get a slightly underwhelming effort at a rotation on the inside that will leave John Florence in the lineup. Here to talk you through it, myself, Paul Evans, alongside Peter Mal and Kaipo Guerrero. Another epic matchup. We were already warmed up by that first semi, and we're hoping this one's going to be an absolute smoker too.
I would imagine it is. You got John Florence and what he can do. Griffin Colapinto, we saw what happened yesterday. Feels like he's in that kind of same mindset. We saw big scores coming from big single maneuvers. We're going to see that again today. I mean, this is the type of conditions that both these surfers can go above the lip, and I expect a bit of an air show.
Proof's in the pudding. We know that Griffin Colapinto can put down big numbers on a single maneuver. We saw that yesterday. The first perfect 10 of 2022. Griff Colapinto, he's got the juice. We're going to see what he brings at John Florence, but we've got John up right now.
Up and swinging Florence on the backhand, and he'll go into a first turn that he forces that board through the lip, just kind of over-rotates on the recovery. He'll get an incompletion from him, just a quick number. Meanwhile, right behind him in his face, turning pretty much next to the duck diving Florence, is Colapinto, couple of hits. And again, another mistake on the end. We saw a little bit of this in that last heat.
Nerves. You know, this is finals day, big moment. Event number 3 on the championship tour. Both these surfers wanting to keep that rankings very, very high, especially with the cut line. Coming up soon.
We are surfing for a spot in the final. Someone has already got a place in a final. It was up against the ropes a little bit, came back really strong. It's Filipe Toledo. He's with Luisa.
Once again, you both in the water. Does that help with the strategy, Filipe?
I feel like me and Italo, we always put in a good battle when we're surfing. We always giving our 100% out there, and I guess people really enjoy it, and I enjoy being in the water against him, and it's always challenging. And yeah, happy to be in the finals again, and yeah, gotta focus on the final now and take the trophy.
We're all talking how cold it is. Tati was saying her feet was numb. Does that make it more challenging for you out there?
Oh, definitely. You know, it's super cold. I've been warming up like 40 minutes before my heats, you know, making sure I'm like dripping sweat all the way down to the water, and then as soon as I get out there, you know, I feel comfortable, I feel good, and but yeah, it definitely makes it harder.
Nosso Saiyajin vai de novo para a final. E agora? Griffin or John?
Tanto faz, na verdade, independente de quem for, eu vou ter que surfar o meu 100%. Vou dar o meu melhor e vou tentar levar essa vitória para casa. E vamos que vamos, foco na estratégia, confiar em mim, no meu equipamento e agradecer muito a Deus pela oportunidade.
That's it. Boa sorte, Filipito. A gente se vê. I asked him who he'd rather face at the final, John or Griffin, and he said it doesn't matter. He's going to give his 100% and trust his equipment and his talent. So onward we go. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Louisa. Well, whoever it is up against, he's going to need to bring more of that same energy, because we have got only the finest talents left in the draw right now. So one of these two surfers will be taking on Filipe Toledo. And a relatively slow start to this one, guys. Energy just dial back a little bit for the moment. But whenever we get into that sort of state, we think, well, there's big stuff to come.
I was a bit of a fly on the wall when Tom Whitaker, the coach of Griffin Colapinto, and kind of understanding what he's going to say to kind of motivate Griffin. One of the things that he has been giving Griffin is the fact that he is so talented. He is at their level to trust what he does and not try to play into John. Just do what you're doing. You're at this high level now, you know, because there's this training to get to this level. He's there now, and so that's what he told him. Hey, you are one of the best in the world, and you can beat anybody at any time.
Drop pin, some backhand hammers on this wave. Kaipo got himself a 4-point ride. He's got something on the board and already just showing signs of that speed and that flow.
Showing signs of speed and flow. I think one of the challenges right now for all the competitors to really be a heads up with is your feet. Your feet and your wax. We got the water temperature at about 12 degrees Celsius. That's about 54 degrees Fahrenheit. It is cold out there. We've seen a lot of missteps, and a lot of that has to do with 1, numb feet, 2, not enough or not the proper wax.
And I'll elaborate on that too, because footwork in smaller conditions is so important, because you're moving your feet around a lot more when it's small, especially if you're trying to gain speed and then get back and do the maneuvers. So that footwork is so key.
John Florence in live action off the bottom, and he prods one, keeps that speed going. And he'll go with a sort of reversed effort, which will also go incomplete. So he'll go down there. So won't be adding massive numbers. And again, another missed opportunity there for John Florence. A couple of missteps from him already in this. Let's get another look.
You think that John would have seen and heard yesterday's score, so he's trying to push it a bit, and that's what happens. You know, you're in finals day, you want to perform, you want to go and do things that are high risk, and when you do that, there's always the opportunity to fall, and that's what we've seen now so far from Griffin and John. They're both pushing.
Yeah, you can see the effort of John Florence really trying everything he could do to salvage that maneuver. Even when it was in the lip and it looked like there was no chance, he was still trying to hang on, maybe revert out of it, but no dice.
So the early running done by Griff Colapinto in this, got that 4 on the board. Florence will get a small number in for that first maneuver, 2.83. Nothing really significant on the scoreboard as yet. It's this one, we're waiting for this to fire up. Of course, Pete, you know a lot about one of the activations that's going on here. Our sponsor, MEO, put together the Unwanted Shapes. What a cool project that is.
Yes, zero impact, full performance. And one of the things that they put together there is pushing the surfboard industry to start utilizing more environmentally friendly materials, because it's important.
It looks like John Florence was pushing his surfboard in a couple turns right there during that piece. John finding that right-hander, Paul.
Yeah, John getting a couple of turns done. Let's see where this one goes, as we'll see the debrief going on in the locker room. Italo Ferreira just taking his time to kind of process on that, and an important part as well. that's taking the plaudits when you win. It's how you react when you get close, but don't quite get the result you're looking for. It'll be interesting to see how Ferreira comes back and what he brings us at Bells.
Yeah, and no, the jersey hasn't come off yet. He's still hoping that something changes, right? You know, they can see full process. I mean, that's how serious it's taken here. You know, even in a loss, you got to swallow it and learn from it. Take a look at the replay here. Beautiful snapping layback there from John Florence on a smaller wave. Again, a lot of energy put into each and every turn. That's exactly what you want to do in these types of conditions. Show that point of difference. You know, he put everything on edge there.
Yeah, he powered through those 2 turns. A lot of torque, a lot of energy. Checking it out in slow motion so you can really appreciate the surfing of John Florence. This first turn just punches it a little bit extra, gets the slide. Flexibility on display, gets back on his toes down the line and punches it again. That was a high energy approach to a small wave, and here we go, back to live action.
Colapinto looking left, and he'll just load up that surfboard with the first turn and then hits it hard on the second one. A really nice combo with no downtime between, so judges got a couple of waves to think about. The previous from Florence, that one from Griffin. The numbers in for John, 4-3-3 for him. Let's get a look at Griffin's wave.
I like it in the way that these guys are doing this, is that they've now all of a sudden realized that they're pushing hard and it was too much. You got to dial it back slightly. Even a dialed back approach is still very dynamic.
All right, still on the hunt here. Colapinto goes to the air, super tail high, and that explosion will get the better of him in the whitewater. He'll go incomplete there. Under 19 minutes to go in this. Going to get number to come in for him as well. Couple of waves. So a split peak there, Florence on the inside. And so far in this, no one really able to put significant points up. Here's a look at John's left.
So again, going left, so good on his backhand. He's really got that ability to mix it up, but another fall.
Let's see what went wrong here. First turn, nice projection. Gets the fins out the back right here, goes back up again, skips out, pokes the nose on the way down, and that was all she wrote.
Love this from Griffin. You know, great opportunity to go way up and above the lip. Just the landing in the flat, so hard to do, especially if you want to keep that rotation going around. He's landing backwards.
And if you want to keep that board together in one piece, landing on that full weight on the front foot, that's how you crease a board. So lucky that Griffin was able to paddle away from that without a broken board.
Yeah, it didn't look good, did it? I mean, he did land it directly on the deck. We already saw a broken board from Italo Ferreira from the exact same scenario, just landing. He actually landed the move and creased his board. He knew it right away, rode in, changed out the board. Quick change too. The pit boss was on it, you know, literally sprinting down there and traded out the boards and really didn't affect it, although he never really got a second chance after that. The ocean kind of let him down.
No, when boards crease like that too, you can feel the pop, and then you can also feel the board just immediately slow down as that rocker just gets bent so much and you start just pushing water. You know something's wrong.
Yeah, fiberglass pops up, just slow drag.
So John Florence trying to get amongst things here. He's in the lead in this. It's a low-scoring encounter so far. Has a little look around at that wave, realizes not a lot of potential. An interesting point you made, Pete. It feels like these guys have both realized they're not really sticking huge hammers early on. They're just trying to be a little practical, maybe go to slightly smaller waves and just put some stuff on the board because no one's really got an advantage.
And if you look to the heat previous to that, you know, and that's the one thing is that Italo had the high number of that heat, but he wasn't able to get two. He carried a 3.93 because he was falling, not making mistakes.
Here's Florence looking at a glassy right-hander, super smooth on the face, smooth as he goes above the lip, but he'll just throw that one away, can't collect, and you see that sort of grimace there as he comes up and he realizes this is not the kind of form I wanted to bring to my second semi-final. The upside of that from his point of view is, well, Griff's not really shown us a great deal so far either. Let's have a little look.
Throws it up there, tries to catch it with the front foot, unable to do so, a little bit mistimed. And the important thing, I think, for John Florence is not to let any of this really ruffle his feathers, to get in between his ears, Pete. He's got to be steadfast right now in his approach because it's still anyone's game.
Shake it off. Yeah. And John, talking about footwork, John has probably one of the most dynamic in regards to his frontside airs. He moves his feet way up to the nose, and he was one of the first guys I remember literally waxing his board all the way to the tip of the nose, because he uses the entire surfboard, especially on those frontside airs. His foot flies way forward, and he'll land just in that first 12 inches of the nose of the board.
Finals day in Portugal. We'll be crowning champions before lunchtime here, we reckon. We've already got our women's final set. We've already got Filipe Toledo in the men's final. One of these two will be joining Filipe to take him on at the moment. It's anybody's really, this one. It is low scoring. Griffin Colapinto in the lead now by virtue of the fact he got the 4.83. So that was 2 waves ago for him, and these two, well, Griff will use the priority here, and he'll look to try and turn the screw. Here he goes. He'll have to just drive around a section, and then he'll flare up. He'll go above the lip and collect the rotation. He'll get a little clip on the finish too. So building up a head of steam. That would have felt pretty good to stomp that. Meanwhile, Florence patrolling and prowling that lineup, looking for an opportunity. He'll have the priority now, but a good use there from Griff.
Nice, again, building now. Seems like a, semi-dialed back approach, but not to the point of not showing us cool moves, right? I mean, it's not conservative surfing at all. That time he gets the quick grab of the rail, the front side wrap reverse, and then a quick finish. But again, probably not going to be a huge number, so John will be right in this.
Yeah, to his credit, he's able to do that. Kind of safety held all the way through, but just quick feet to get back one more bank off the whitewater to conclude that wave. So Griffin Colapinto really making the most out of the opportunity that was presented in front of him, and there's a number.
Yeah, it's an important one, 5.57, so paying pretty good dividends on a wave, which didn't look like it had loads on it. And Colapinto now extends that lead over Florence, and he's put up the first kind of legitimate requirement for the 2-time world champ. 6.07 is what John Florence is looking for. He's got priority. He's going to need to find himself a wave. Plenty of time left to do it. Just under 13.5 remaining in this. Join us for more live action from semi number 2 after the break.
The MEO Pro Portugal presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by MEO, the official title partner of the MEO Pro Portugal presented by Rip Curl. By Corona, this is living. By Visit Portugal, official tourism partner of the MEO Pro Portugal presented by Rip Curl. And by EDP, official partner of the MEO Pro Portugal presented by Rip Curl.
It all boils down to this second semi-final out in the water. Griff Colapinto, the young American at the moment in the ascendancy over a 2-time world champ in the form of John Florence. And guys, so far this one, it feels like the scores and this sort of performance is just edging up. We're hoping for a strong finish. Not been a great start to this heat.
Yeah, fingers crossed that we see a few more waves show up, and then we can see some performances happen here from John Florence in need of a score. Griffin building, and that's what he's been able to do.
I love this for the surf fans because right now we have the world's best out in the water and the world's best out in the water in really everyday beach break conditions. So this is going to be a study of progressive surfing on the razor's edge, and that's what I'm really excited for, because what we're going to see here today can be applied to every surfer.
Yeah. Well, if he can get above the lip. We're all working on it.
Really excited to see how this one goes down. Our surfers have had to show us a little bit of everything in terms of the conditions the ocean's thrown at us. We've had big tubes going down. Now we are looking at beautiful, clean conditions and kind of open canvases to surfers to showcase what they can do. Someone did that earlier this morning. Lakey Peterson got the win over Steph Gilmore. And that very first heat of the morning, it was chilly. Lakey was able to get a good score right in the end of that heat and get the nod over Gilmore. Should be taking on Tatiana Weston-Webb in the final. That's coming real soon. The MEO Pro Portugal, presented by Rip Curl, all coming down to a Monday morning for finals. And as we'll pick up vision once again, it's all kind of calm out there, and it's all sort of distilling down a little bit here. That number for John Florence, the 607, Pete, he's got priority. And we said it before, it's going to be an absolutely crucial next wave for him.
It is big, crucial priority, needing a solid score. As you can see there, Chris is hoping that Griffin holds on.
Yeah, Chris Hefner from Billabong, who's out there in support of his athlete. And an important point, Paul, as we look at this paddle, I'll make the point after this, because here we go with John Florence.
Yeah, he likes to look at this right. What's he got for us? Off the bottom, opens up the shoulders. A nice snap from him, a stinging turn, then a bit more rail in that one, as he'll just rake those fins down and finishes off. It was really important for him to get a finish on that wave. We've seen him fall a few times, and he does get a good finish. Think about that score. It's a decent mid-range score, 607. He's asked a question of the panel. Meanwhile, behind him, on a drawn-out right-hander, flaring up hard, Cola Pinto gets it done really nice, and he just has a little look in, kind of defiance at the end there, and that's going to be a decent number for him too.
And you see this too, this is a bit of strategy. He jumped off really quickly after he pulled that off, because he's going to try and get out in front of John Florence. These are two scores that are going to count right now. You talk, see quickly into it. That is so amazing to do in such a tight space.
Just the spin right there, and how corked out it is, how off axis it is. Slow motion right here, you can see ramp, bottom of the board facing the beach, catches the fin, spins that extra 180. Griff Colapinto, he's done it again with a single big outrageous maneuver.
John, aggressive two snaps here, really pushing hard. I like this wave. 3 turns, the 2 on the outside are solid. Feels like this is going to be John's best wave. No progressive moves. I bet that was progression on the rail, I will say. And a lot of that is due to the equipment that he rides. These are unique to John. Wide point forward, narrower tails, but that gives him the ability to really dig in his maneuvers.
And this study right here, Pete, like I talked about before, is something that this can improve everyone's surfing in everyday condition, especially when you're able to really break down, you know, the body mechanics and the technique in slow motion on these replays.
It's interesting to see as that wave just kind of had not quite the quickest energy to it, getting those turns done. And by contrast, and we're talking about average surfers, the wave that Griff paddled into, average surfers, that's a closeout.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's not a right-hander. That is a closeout, and he's able to just throw that hammer down. So impressive.
Well, he's able to get on the gas really quick, so he has this like instant acceleration once he stands up, and he's able just to huck those airs. We saw that yesterday. We just saw that right now. But another point I was going to make is, for both of these surfers, Griffin is sitting number 27th on the leaderboard coming in here. John sitting number 10 on the leaderboard coming in here. This result is going to definitely help their whole cause as we look towards that mid-year cut.
Yeah, absolutely. Not surfers that you necessarily think would be in jeopardy of making the cut, but it has been the kind of season this year where nothing's really taken for granted. Stature and standing in the sport, all those kind of things. You've got to get the points on the board before that cut coming up. This result will certainly be helping one of these two in the final. Semi-finish for the other at the moment. It's Colapinto in the ascendancy still, and he gets the better of Florence in that last exchange too. The 6.83 drops in for Griffin Colapinto, so he extends that lead. John Florence improves his numbers with a 6.17, and his requirement now has gone up for the 6.24.
Interesting that John does have priority right now.
I think, you know, I was thinking that same thing, but Griffin had a little paddle for a little inside one, and I think he lost it.
Here goes John. What's he got for us here? 6.24 the requirement. He'll go to the air. Oh. And once again, a little bit of repeat stuff from him as he'll go down incomplete. It never really looked like he's super committed to that turn.
Yeah, you're right. It did feel like he was a little indecisive on what he wanted to do there. He did end up going for the air, but at that point when you're kind of indecisive, he kind of threw it away pretty early. So an opportunity lost there. Maybe the section wasn't clean enough for him. Either way, it is a throwaway score for him. It did look like it had a nice ramp though, but he just didn't get quite the pop that he would have liked.
So a little bit of repeats from what we saw early on with John taking a couple of lefts. The lefts paid big dividends for him yesterday. Right now, prowling on the inside under the priority of Colapinto. We'll have a quick look around. Didn't see much happening. Griff will come to cover him now. Get down towards 5 minutes. John hunting a number.
Yeah, John hunting a number, and is going to have to do that under Griffin Colapinto's priority. And in this zone, you know, there's not a lot of places to hide.
No, there isn't.
Nikki Peterson getting ready for the final, just gathering her thoughts, getting ready to take on very much informed Tatiana Weston-Webb, who was able to get the better of Carissa Moore. That's your final for MEO Pro Portugal for the women. That's coming up around about 5 minutes time right now. Our attention's very much with the second semi for the men. And it is Griffin Colapinto who does have the advantage in this one.
Yeah, that important exchange really is those two waves, the 6.83 of Griffin with the one single air, comparatively to John's 6.17. I mean, those were two stark, contrastingly different types of waves. And it shows that the single, more progressive moves are scoring much higher. And if you look at those waves, what was more difficult? In my eyes, it was what Griffin did, and that's why the score is higher.
So far, able to find the better opportunities, crucially able to get the completions. That's what it's all about.
I mean, it's a good way to kind of correlate that. Is like if a gymnast is going to be doing something, or a diver is going to be doing something with way more difficulty, you execute that, the scores are going to be higher because of obviously the difficulty in the maneuver.
Tatiana Weston-Webb getting ready to hit the water in the final for her. A big moment, making those Rip Curl WSL Finals and having a great battle with Carissa Moore for the world title. Came off second best in that, and looking to bring that momentum through to this season, getting to the final 5 again. There's a lot of surfing yet to come on a brilliant looking championship tour with some new venues, some old favorites. Got the mid-season cut coming. We're going to head to Australia next up, down to Bells Beach. That'll be coming in the beginning of April. Right now, we're in Portugal, and it is finals day, and it is Griffin Colapinto will use that priority here. The backhand from him on a left-hander. He'll wait off the bottom. Nice quick hit from him, nice and vertical. Puts it up again a couple more times. He's squeezing the juice out of this wave, and he'll get several hits to the inside. Give himself a little round of applause. Meanwhile, right behind him, Florence. And once again, similar kind of feel to that. He won't be adding much to his points with that.
Well, Griffin just packing the maneuvers in. I would say it lacked a little variety, but the quickness in the transitions and the amount of maneuvers he did on such a small wave, I feel like it could change the scoreline for him, carrying a 5.57 as a low.
I think it's going to help Griffin's cause tremendously. He just put together a high-speed series of backhand re-entries, pushing through it again with the fins, pushing through it one more time. Why not 4? You know what? Let's make it 5. And applause for himself and a little right hook.
Again, look at you see how he gets up on the lip and he does that quick turn of the surfboard in the lip, drifting the fin slightly, and the slow motion, you know, it takes away from the speed, but the technique was all there. See how he just drops that hand, straight up vertical hits in such a tight little radius, and look at the number, it's in.
Yeah, crucially, he gets his high score and putting serious pressure now on Florence, the 6.93 for Colapinto. John Florence unable to reply on the wave behind. Really interesting to see that wave. It was a runner, wasn't it? It kept the speed up the whole way through, so rather than kind of cornering away like the previous wave on John Florence's 6, he could just keep on the front foot, keep on the accelerator, keep that speed up throughout, rewarded with his highest score. So he's shown us a bit of everything. He just had one tiny abbreviated section, got a high 6 on that, and then he had a wave that ran along and is able to tag it multiple times. Decent total, 13.76. And John now, He does have priority, is on the wrong side of a 7.59 for a spot in the final. Here he goes, we'll pick him up. Good looking section for him, he'll flare up. And he will lose the fins on that as he tries to just push that turn. And this is not the John Florence we're necessarily used to seeing. Doesn't look like he's particularly feeling it this morning.
It happens. This was just a heat that got away from John, and sometimes it happens, and sometimes it just snowballs as the heat presents itself, and I think that's what happened to John Florence. Meanwhile, Griffin Colapinto just going to be continuing being in form here at Super Tubos, regardless of the conditions.
Final 30 seconds here. Colapinto will come to cover John Florence, and he knows it already. He's looking in a really strong position in this one, just kind of prowling this lineup, looking to see where John is, knowing that the Hawaiian's looking for a 7.59 and won't have first dibs on whatever comes through. And we're going to count this down here. Looks like Griffin Colapinto will be heading into the final. An equal third for John Florence. Would have loved to go into that final semis. A decent result, though. He'll take that and head down to Bells Beach. Meanwhile, Griffin Colapinto will go into a final where he will be taking on Filipe Toledo. We got the women's final coming at you next, live from Portugal. Lakey Peterson versus Tatiana Weston-Webb. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When you come back, join us for the women's final from Portugal. We'll be right back.
Attention to start, girls, for your final in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Será dentro de aproximadamente 35 minutos, 30 segundos com segundos passados no componente da Lakey Peterson, da Anitta Ramalho, representando os Estados Unidos, e Tatiana Weston-Webb, representando o Brasil. So, the final for the ladies and gentlemen is MEO Pro Portugal, presented by Rip Curl. In the 35 minutes, we'll have the men's final as well. Very good company, Lakey Peterson, England, representing USA, Tatiana Weston-Webb with the black singlet representing Brazil. So we have this part of
It's finals day here at the MEO Pro Portugal, presented by Rip Curl. Griffin Colapinto into the final match against Filipe Toledo. Griffin, off of that 10-point ride yesterday, has got to be feeling pretty good to make it into the finals today. As we are into our women's final, Lakey Peterson, current world number 6, up against Tatiana Weston-Webb and current world number 14. And if Lakey Peterson wins this heat, wins the final, she will take the yellow jersey away from Brisa Hennessy, heading in to Bells Beach, Australia. 35 minutes on the clock. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by the legendary big wave surfer, Pete Mel. And Pete, it is an honor always to sit next to you, especially when we got such legends like these two women in the lineup.
It's so true. You know, and Lakey, great opportunity for her to take the yellow jersey, which will be amazing. Tatiana able to get herself inside of that cut line, so two major events for these two young women. I would say who's going to win this one? I mean, from Tati's performance this morning, I feel like she's on point. She's fired up for this one. Although Lakey, conditions, you know, she probably surfs these types of waves a lot more than, say, Tati. Yeah, it's a toss-up.
It is a toss-up, without a doubt. And in the two of them, they've had some great matchups previously, as we see Lakey just adjusting that leash on her foot. Small conditions throughout this morning, getting slightly better as that tide has continued to drop out. And a lot of excitement and pressure on the line now for Lakey, not only to take the win after making the final here back in 2019 against Caroline Marks, went down in that second place position and just wasn't able to find any rhythm within that heat to get the score she needed to take away from Caroline's 13-point heat total. She's now got that kind of in the back of her mind that she wants to take out the win, having finaled here again, but she also wants that yellow jersey.
Ooh, bit of a battle there. You remember in the beginning of these heats, there's no priority there, so whoever has inside position on a wave will get it. That'll be the way you kind of solidify their priority on a wave with no priority.
And a big re-entry to finish for Tatiana Weston-Webb. Puts the first score on the board with 31 minutes, 41 seconds on the clock. And for Tati, this was an important event coming into the European leg where she was 14th on the rankings and needs to get some results to keep herself above that cut line coming into the Australian season.
Yeah, for the women, it's the top 10. We'll move on for the rest of the season. They guarantee their qualification for 2023. And then they fight for the final 5, where they will be heading to Trestles for the Rip Curl WSL Finals and go for a world title.
Going for the world titles with that in her sights. Lakey Peterson now up and riding on her backhand. Nice snap to start off. Frothy section opening up in front of her. And she manages to keep composure on the finish. Scores to come through for both surfers as that scale is being set. 30 minutes on the clock, and Griffin Colapinto has booked himself a spot in the finals.
100% down here with Griffin Colapinto. Griffin, your first World Tour final. I know it's probably emotional, but you're going to have to reset and get ready for it.
Yeah, I kind of feel in that clear-minded state. Not really, it doesn't really seem like that big of a deal at the moment. I don't know, it's just like early morning, you know, finals day, and going up against Filipe. It's really cool that the end of the bracket got really stacked with big names, and you know, if I could take this one out, it'd be the best day of my life.
Well, you're one of those big names, and you've also got big moves. You can turn a closeout, a 1.5 for everybody else, into a score.
Yeah, it's funny. These waves right now are exactly like one of my home breaks, Salt Creek. I was surfing it like every day with Kolohe before I came. It literally looks just like it. So I'm actually pretty stoked they decided to run today. And I know Filipe's really, really good in this stuff too. So I'm excited for the final.
And then the surfboard, looks like you did an equipment change.
Yeah, I was on a 511 yesterday, and I dropped down to a 510. This is actually a copy of the board I rode at the US Open, and this one has future fins instead, but I'm really liking it, and it goes faster than my other board.
All right, well, we'll let you get warm, get ready for the final.
All right, thanks, Trader.
And on the same equipment that took him to the win, his very first, well, his biggest career win to date, that Challenger Series event at the US Open where Griffin was cheered up by a sea of orange sweatshirts.
Yes, that's right. One of the things I think as surfers, when you find some equipment that you really, really like, generally I think he probably has rarely ridden that board. You know, he puts that one in the locker, it stays there, you know, knowing that when you jump on it, it's going to feel exactly how you want it to feel. You don't want to break them, you don't want to ride them on those training days. So surfers will put those ones around. You can see those boards last years.
And Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Beautiful 2-turn combo for Tati on a nice size set wave there. You can see the placement of that maneuver right in the lip. Gets back down to the bottom, turning right into the next one. So 2 turns, solid ones for Tatiana Weston-Webb. She was able to get a single maneuver for a 3.67. That one's going to be much better. Here's Lakey's attempt on the backhand here. Nice round turns, but then the fins release on the bottom turn. And that's what happens when you try and force that bottom turn when you're coming out of a maneuver to get into that closeout move. You'll push too hard and you'll get a little drift right there. Some wobble on the face as well. Didn't help that. And she goes down. So advantage definitely with Tati.
Definitely. Tati just had that momentum coming through the semifinal this morning as well, where she had that lead over Carissa, where Lakey had to fight back right on the finish to gain that lead back from Steph Gilmore. So it'll be interesting to see if Lakey can find a quicker pace coming into the final. But Tatiana Weston-Webb just dropped in a 7.33 for that last left and has set herself in a solid lead above Lakey, now chasing a 7.83.
Yeah, early in the heat, when you hear the number like a 7.33, when you haven't had big numbers coming yet, That one hurts a little bit, so let's see what Lakey can do. She has to answer very quickly, I think, in order to stay in this final.
This is a hungry final without a doubt. Now up and riding once again, trying to gain some consistency. First turn for Lakey goes in with a cleaner snap for the second, and straight up into the lip as that wave softens out on the inside section.
Well, nicely done. That was a good answer to the 7.33 of Tatiana Weston-Webb. I don't feel like it's going to go that high, but it's going to be her best wave of this final.
Her husband, Tom, with all the pressure, the anxiety that comes with being the spouse of a professional surfer in moments like these.
Yeah, it's so true. You know, you end up surfing the heat with them. As we see two beautiful snaps there, this wave kind of tapers off, but she does everything she can, finds each critical section. She was able to get that board up into the lip. Again, you see they whip those turns, trying to push the fins out the back to show some dynamics on every move. You know, that wave was very soft there, but she was able to get that board whipped around, and again, for that third time. Not going to be a huge number, but it most likely will be her best.
Judges taking their time with that score. She is chasing that 7.83. Both of these women with their husbands on the shoreline. Tatiana Weston-Webb's husband, Jesse Mendez, former championship tour competitor. Great sort of person to have in her corner from a coaching perspective, getting out in the water with her early in the morning and keeping her right in line with what's happening. We've seen him score a few good waves this week as well. And Lakey drops in a 6.17 for that wave and really reopens the conversation. She's now chasing just a 4.84.
Yeah, no, good job there, good answer. In the good range with the 6.17. You know, and it happened very quickly after Tatiana Weston-Webb, which is a good thing. You know, psychologically, it keeps you in the heat.
And in honor of International Women's Day coming up tomorrow on March 8th, Tatiana Weston-Webb rocking the jersey of Michelle Kwan, two-time Olympic medalist, American figure skater, and just has been such an inspiration to Tati's career as a professional surfer and the way to carry herself in and out of the lineup. As we see her now with a steep takeoff, up into a beautiful wrap back into the pocket. Now eyeing off that finishing section, comes up into the lip. The wave continues to taper off. Answering straight back in Lakey Peterson. Great opening snap. Gets a little bit caught up behind that, but manages to whip it around on the second turn.
Ew, wow. Again, that's exactly what Lakey wants to happen, is that she's able to answer directly after Tatiana. Very nice first turn from Tatiana Weston-Webb. We haven't seen a lot of those kind of snapping carves where the board goes all the way back into the pocket. We also saw Lakey get a nice solid turn on her wave. We get to see the replays here and kind of dissect what's happened. First, we're going to watch Lakey here. There's that first snap, quick snap. She knew she had to cut it short to get around the section, but another beautiful hook in the pocket. So the two turns there. Feels like Tati probably will get the better of the exchanger, just a little bit bigger wave. Nice, clean, wrapping carve on that first maneuver. And then finishes up with some clean snaps to finish it out. Again, this is the angle as you see her drive through that maneuver. You see her back arm all the way through.
I just love that open arms and that full extension from that back leg.
And then here, wave softens up, but she finds somehow some pocket to finish up this wave and clean it up. So it feels like that's going to be in her top two as well. So she'll add to the 7.33, as well as Lakey will add as well. So we will see very close heat.
Very, very tight heat. Great to see the conditions shaping up through the morning as we were expecting. It's only 9:20 a.m. We got off to a quick start at 7 o'clock, just as the sun was beginning to come over the horizon. And we're taking advantage of some fun conditions heading into that low tide. So those waves are starting to stand up, just get a little bit more bowl, a little bit more wall to them. As Lakey has now jumped into the lead, she is up and riding, flying down the line into a huge carve and just can't pull it off.
Couldn't hang on there. Yeah, she had a ton of speed. That section was very short, so it wasn't able to extend her arms all the way through it. It gets a little loose, she goes down. But she did take the lead. We're still waiting on a score, though, for Tati.
So Lakey's previous big score, that left that she took off on just behind Tatiana Weston-Webb, dropped through as a 7.10. Takes Lakey into the lead and puts a requirement on Tati for a 5.94.
I expect that that score will come in for Tati to be above the 367, could be right there with the 594.
Jesse Mendez.
Judges are the carves and snaps. They want to be in the lip. Ooh.
And there it is, scores through. Tatiana for a 4.67 for the wave that she caught just before Lakey Peterson's 7.10. We do have another score coming through for Tatiana. And Lakey staying so active under priority. Drifts the tail for just a second there. Nice carve, great engagement of the rail, and answering right back is Tatiana goes down under the lip.
Yeah, Tati with that 4.67, I felt that the exchange was the opposite, but the judges did not, and they were all in agreement as that 4.67. And so that, again, I guess you think about the attack in the lip is exactly what the judges want to see. And that was the best wave of the heat, or second best wave of the heat. This one here probably won't factor in my eyes, being that she has that 617 already. And then this was an opportunity here. I felt like that Tati, unfortunately, going down and falling there. It looked like that wave had some good scoring potential there.
Both so hungry coming into this final. Can tell just by the number of waves that each of them has caught. 21 minutes on the clock.
Well,
still so much time.
Alive as well, too. I mean, this lower tide's definitely helping conditions.
The ocean providing for Lakey Peterson. She's loving the look of those lefts. Goes in for a big vertical snap on the second and gives that little fist pump to claim.
Momentum is now with Lakey. She is putting on a show. Again, if you think about the 710, the two-turn combo there, this one right up in that same zone.
In head-to-head matchups between the two, they've had 9 head-to-head matchups in their CT career, and Lakey has taken 6 of the 3.
Wow, so yeah, advantage definitely to Lakey. And she definitely feels like she's building momentum in this final. Still lots of time, 20 minutes to go.
And the only other final that they have matched up in was in 2019 at the Margaret River Pro, where they both made it through to finals day with some great conditions, and Lakey took the lead. Walked away with a big result there. Tatiana did come back in 2021 to make the finals at Margaret River and walk away with the win. So great to see her get that call back to it, as she's now up and riding. The big snap to float to finish.
Wow, the action is just one wave after another. Judges have to dissect between each and every wave. Those are going to be 2 solid scores, both for Tatiana and Lakey.
So evenly matched coming into this as we take another look.
Replay here. The two-turn combo, snap to float. From the upper angle here, again, she placed that first snap perfect, and then able quickly to get back up into the lip. That's how you have to be. You have to be super quick here with this lower tide too. The transitions are going to be much smaller.
That was a solid section to hit on the finish. Scores to come through. Lakey Peterson, a 7.17 for her last wave, betters her 7.10 as her previous high score. Tatiana Weston-Webb now with a score to drop, chasing a 6.94 to take the win away from Peterson.
And this next wave, you see where it fits in. I mean, we saw her 7.33 was kind of similar as the two-turn combo for her got her the 7.33. So they're watching replays right now. I did spend some time up in the tower this morning. Very quiet in the judging booth, I will say that.
Lots of concentration.
Not a lot of chatter. I mean, you hear a little bit from the head judge, but that's about it. And then the spotter will call colors.
Lakey Peterson with priority is going to sell Tatiana on this one. She's going to have a look and decide not to go. Possibly will, noting that she'll need something with a little bit more size and consequence to it to get into that 6-point range. She's looking to take the advancing position, and here we go. Powerful snap on the backhand to start off. Makes it around that section and up into the lip on the second. Lakey now answering back. There are just so many waves coming through, and she's gonna do that little check off the top. You could see she was really looking to lay that board and rail and had to stop short.
Well, with the ton of waves and a lot of similar style of waves, You know, here's 2 turns on the backhand from Tatiana Weston-Webb. That last score only a 6.1, so it didn't change the situation. It did go into her top 2, but here, not able to connect the 2 turns. You know, she had to do 1 turn and then pump down the line to get the finish. See that? Pump, pump, and then a finish. So the judges would rather see you go straight into the bottom turn and top turn back to back like that. Beautiful first turn though. Again, right in the pocket, whipping it back, throwing lots of spray off the tail. And then has to chase it down here. But again, her backhand, she loves to go vertical with that approach.
Scores to come through for Weston-Webb. Still chasing that 6.94. Her last score a 6.10. And scores to drop, looking like they will come through shy of the current requirement to take the lead away from Lakey Peterson. Remember, if Lakey does win this final, she will walk away with the yellow jersey, taking it from Brisa Hennessy as we head into Bells Beach, next stop on the WSL Championship Tour calendar. With 16 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Still plenty of opportunity for Tatiana Weston-Webb to steal the win away from Lakey Peterson. We'll find out if she's able to do it right after this. And taking a look back to 2019, the finals at the Margaret River Pro, the only other time that Tatiana Weston-Webb and Lakey Peterson have matched up. The final heat of an event. Lakey Peterson walking away with a solid victory, Pete.
Yeah, and this was a big victory for Lakey Peterson in regards to, you know, open water types of waves. She's been working very hard to get herself comfortable in these types of conditions, and this win right here was a huge confidence builder, especially when Tati is a bit more comfortable in these types of waves. You know, growing up on the North Shore of Kauai, very comfortable in big water conditions. So the advantage was definitely there with Tati, but Lakey on point, was able to get it done, and again, just a huge confidence builder for her.
Yeah, incredible performance from both of the women, but then for Lakey to just put on those finishing touches that she needed to make it through to another championship tour victory. That same year, she won at the Surf Ranch event, and that was just crazy to witness her taking an event at at Margaret River and then at Surf Ranch, being basically the two most opposite competitions you could have when it comes to conditions and styles of waves on offer.
Yeah, that's so true. And you got to be well-rounded to be a world champion. Lakey's been touted as one contender for sure. And this year looking very, very good as she's into another final.
Lakey Peterson currently sitting in the lead with a couple of 7s on the scoreboard. Tatiana chasing a 6.94 to take the lead away from Lakey. And in honor of International Women's Day, Lakey Peterson earlier in competition was wearing the jersey of the great Billie Jean King, the greatest of all time within women's tennis. And Billie Jean King actually played a massive role within women's competitive surfing. Nick Carroll shared in the lineup with Dave Prodin that in that 1973 Battle of the Sexes, where Billie Jean King played and beat 55-year-old Bobby Riggs, that inspired Fred Hemmings to add a woman to surf against the men as a PR move for the big North Shore event, the Smirnoff Pro. Laura Blears was invited to that event, beat a single man. Then Patty Peniche talked to Fred Hemmings about including more women in the draw following years. That led to the inclusion of 6 women in the following year, and subsequently the inclusion of women to the IPS and the development of women's pro surfing, in which Patty played a major role. And that all was sparked by that conversation that Billie Jean King created back in the 70s in women's professional tennis.
So cool. It really is. And it's great to see the inspiration that women have played in all sport. You know, and tennis being one of the first to include equal pay, which of course the WSL followed right after that.
Lakey Peterson now up and riding with priority. Solid snap on the backhand, just that single maneuver opening up. Now another set rolling behind. We'll see if Tatiana's gonna have a piece of it, and there she goes. Drawing off the bottom. Great click to start things off with. Goes in for that second, jams the tail.
Well, you can hear the crowd. They are loving Tatiana Weston-Webb, willing her to finally get that score needed, needing a 6.94. Another question asked of the judges, is this enough?
Is it going to be enough?
Taking a look at the replay here. Nice snap, gets a little off balance, but pulled it back together to finish up with a very solid hooking snap for a final move. Right in front of Lakey, on edge. The finish here, that was the most dynamic, as you see the fins flaring out the back.
All 3 fins out the back.
Very nicely done for Tatiana Weston-Webb. The score from Lakey's probably not going to factor in her previous. As we take a look at it now, just one big turn.
So scores coming through.
Again, we take a look at this one, perfectly placed. She would love to have been able to get back to the bottom and do one more turn. The one turn now, carrying 2 sevens, isn't going to cut it unless it's probably something a little more above the lip.
A 5.3 for Lakey Peterson. Doesn't factor into her top 2. Scores now dropping for Tatiana Weston-Webb, as we're waiting to see if the judges are going to reward her more than that 6.94 she needs to take that advancing position. And pretty amazing this morning, Billie Jean King herself, now 78 years old, sent out a tweet to say that she was honored that Lakey Peterson chose to represent her here at the MEO Pro Portugal. And she loves seeing that she is still inspiring women around the world. And another just addition to that story coming full circle is that Michelle Kwan, the name represented on Tati's jersey, back in 2007, Michelle was awarded by the Women's Sport Foundation the Billie Jean King Award for her contribution to women's sport. And it's incredible to see around the world that influence coming in, as we now see Tatiana Weston-Webb with an 8-point ride to take the lead away from Lakey Peterson, putting an 8.16 requirement on the scoreboard for Lakey. And Strider, you were down there witnessing it and feeling the energy as that score dropped through for Tatiana.
Excited. I was watching the wave, and as she finished off, she had so much intent on that last maneuver. The beach lighting up when the score comes out. They lit up as well, and I'm proud of Europe. You know, it's a Monday morning. They're not a morning culture here, and they're also all down here at the beach. But to boot, they're into the 4-day work week, which we like as well. So gotta love Europe. Gotta love the fans down here on the beach, and they're definitely a lot more enthusiastic about Tatiana Weston-Webb. She's flying that Brazilian flag, Portuguese connection. It's going to be a fun one.
Incredible Strider, considering as well that Brazilian surfer in Filipe Toledo is coming up in the next heat.
Yeah, it should be a really fun one with everybody getting behind it. People, they do wake up a little later and have a nice easy morning here, but there's a lot of people down here, and there's a lot of people coming down here. You know, they wake up, they check the app, they see that it's on, they're gonna start coming down, and it's funny, you can see the path, and there's just people streaming down to the beach right now for the men's final as well, so I can't wait to see it.
So much excitement. Tatiana Weston-Webb now in the lead. Strider with an 8.0 and a 7.33 with a 15.33 heat total as she's having a look. Glassiest as ever. Conditions opening up in front of her. Snap to start off. Goes in huge, flares the tail, and is she gonna ride out of it?
No.
Lakey now answering back. Check to start off, races around the section. She's hoping for something powerful to finish off with. Floater and the foam climb, and you can see the hunger and the drive within her surfing.
Both of them, you know, they're both now loose. Now it's the time to really push it hard. Last 10 minutes of this heat. You know, it's a seesaw battle. Tatiana taking that lead back with that excellent ride with the 8.0. And she pushed it hard on the wave previous. She pulls that one down, we see another big number.
Wow, what an incredible performance that we are witnessing from both of these women. Pushing each other, pushing their limits, and putting on a show for the crowd.
Yeah, that quick snap to carrying that momentum into this maneuver there where she whips it off the top and drifts the fins.
That was so sick.
And again, that's the type of surfing we want to see. Up and over the lip. She almost had it too. She was laying it back, crawled back up onto her board, but not enough energy in the wave to push her forward.
We're seeing those flares of real progressive surfing from this contest. Given the beach break conditions, there's some opportunity for that on the women's side. Lakey Peterson's been famously one of the best in women's surfing to deliver. As we see that float and the foam climb on the inside.
So is that enough to turn the heat, needing an 8.16? That would be the best wave of the heat. Feels to me like it's not quite there yet, but still 6.5 minutes to go. So there's lots of time. And with the way the consistency has lifted in this final, I mean, we're already at 12 waves for Lakey. And what is that? 9 waves for Tatiana Weston-Webb. It goes to show lots of opportunity.
Lakey chasing that 8.16 to take the win. It'll be a bitter defeat if she goes down after making the final last year and going down to Caroline Marks. Sadly, Caroline Marks not in the draw this week, which has opened up the door for some of the other women to find their rhythm and for Tatiana to advance into the finals.
Interesting decision from Tatiana to go into the short sleeve with the chill in the air, but she wanted to feel the looseness and freedom of less wetsuit.
That is a brave call when it's so cold here.
Yeah, well, definitely the wind is what the bite is too. I mean, in the water though, you're 35-minute heats. You know, you're pretty fired up, so the looseness is definitely a good advantage.
Yeah, great advantage. Lakey Peterson starting off with a stronger season so far. She took off that 3rd place finish, the semifinals at Pipe, where she went down to Carissa Moore. A 9th place finish at Sunset. And then Tatiana started off with a slower start than normal to her season, getting 2 9th place finishes between Pipeline and Sunset. After coming off of her career best result and #2 in the world after the Rip Curl WSL Finals, where she went into that crazy battle with Carissa Moore at Trestles, walked away as world #2 coming into the 2022 season. And Lakey Peterson has been in that world title conversations. She had those back-to-back years between 2018 and 2019. That crazy world title race with Steph Gilmore, and then in the mix with Carissa and Caroline Marks coming into the final event of the season at Maui back in 2019. And now for both of them, it will be exciting to see, you know, a couple of veterans in the lineup taking it back from the rookies. Those defeats that they tasted at Sunset, going down to the rookie class, have now shown that they are here, they are hungry. Even seeing Carissa Moore and Steph Gilmore into the semifinals of this event has really flipped that conversation on its head again.
And it's important for, you know, especially the likes of Steph Gilmore, who was so low down the rankings coming into this event.
Tatiana Weston-Webb, solid snap to start off. And she walked into this event only ranked #14, so she had the work to do, and she's got it done now. Lakey using priority, beautiful A-frame peak, looking Trestles-esque for the Southern California local in Lakey, and putting a lot of effort into that. But will it be the 8.16 she needs to take the lead?
She had a look towards the beach there. Good question. Feels like, again, if you have pretty solid comparisons, that, you know, the wow factor is really what kind of separates things. You know, and Tatiana gave us that on that 1 8-point ride. And lots of good work done here, but it didn't quite give me that moment of like, oh, wow, you know, and surprise. And I think the judges feel that same way. So I would imagine it being just under. But great technique, putting that CI surfboard, the Channel Islands, longtime competitor on those boards. Been working closely with Britt Merrick in those designs to put those boards to good use.
Impressive performance from both women as we're coming down to the final 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Filipe Toledo getting ready to put on a performance for a crowd that he is so familiar with here on the beach at Super Two Bush.
Yeah, he's had a big win. He knows the feeling here.
Currently ranked number 7 in the world, up against Griffin Colapinto, number 27 coming into this event. Griffin pulling out the very first 10-point ride of the season, a perfect 10, dropping in so quickly from all 5 judges. And you think that that's playing into the mind of Toledo as he heads out in the lineup against Griff?
I don't know. I don't think so. You know, I think he's just right now simplifying things. He just wants to go out there and get 2 huge airs.
Exactly.
That's what we want. 2
huger airs.
I guess I'm trying to feed
Griff.
him a thought, right? Well, both of them. Let's see 4 big airs. How's that?
Now here we go. 1:45 on the clock, and Tatiana is nearly touching Lakey. And you can see that little splash of the water.
I think she had the score just read out. It came out under, obviously.
A 6.73 for Lakey, not enough.
So she would have heard that from the commentary crew, a little splash. Dang it, you know, in like minute 25. You know, with Tatiana having priority, power position, things are looking good.
Will the ocean offer another opportunity? Will Lakey be able to sell Tati on a wave that opens up the door for Lakey to have one last chance?
10,000 points on offer for the win, 7,800 points for second. So a pretty big gap in regards. So wins mean a lot as far as the points gathering for not only the cut line, but also the final 5 at the end of the season.
Tatiana so hungry to make it back into the final 5 after walking away number 2 in the world last year. Lakey Peterson right now, though, she's also got that opportunity to take the yellow jersey with a win. If not, Brisa Hennessy walks into Australia carrying that yellow jersey.
Yeah, it's her sponsor too, Rip Curl. It's their event, their huge event that they've been part of for a very long time. So obviously it would be very comfortable rolling in there with the yellow jersey.
Tatiana Weston-Webb starting to feel the emotions in the lineup, looking for her first victory and a solid comeback from a slow start to her season. And now that love and the emotion between 2 good friends who have spent so many years battling it out against each other. And for Tatiana to get one back against Lakey Peterson in the finals of a championship tour event. It is Tatiana Weston-Webb, your MEO Pro Portugal champion for 2022. And a huge congratulations to a woman who has carried herself with so much poise throughout this entire event. The power and the attack that she had on offer throughout was absolutely exceptional.
Really, really cool. You know, she is a very savvy competitor. She worked her way through the rankings to become that champion today, and what a champion she is.
An exciting victory in an early morning. She was out in the lineup. She got those free surfs ready to go. She was one of the first in the water on dark this morning, and it has all paid off. And now, fellow Brazilian Filipe Toledo down there on the shoreline as Tatiana takes a victory lap, and it will be feeling so sweet here on the beaches in Peniche.
Tati is very excited because, again, a championship tour win is huge. You know, a lot of surfers will be on tour that never get to taste that victory, and Tatiana has done it again.
So well deserving to make it back to the podium, taking out wins at other great locations like Margaret River back in 2021. Nearly took out the win at the Rip Curl WSL Finals against Carissa Moore, but Carissa just made the comeback. And now for Tati to taste that victory, to be on the beach with her husband, Jesse Mendez, and her coaches and her entire team, the nation of Brazil backing her, and Hawaii as well, as she is such a product of Hawaiian surfing. And now the chair up the beach in this wonderful moment for Tatiana Weston-Webb.
And again, she probably would have been disappointed in the performances out of Hawaii because she would have been a very easy contender And now to come into event number 3 as a champion. Very, very nice, and a great feeling for her.
And she will jump up the rankings heading into Australia, be right back into that conversation around the mid-season cut, and be heavily favored heading into the rest of the season with waves that she is so familiar with, and looking for more victories on a cold morning here in Portugal. Day 5 of competition. Back-to-back mornings. It has been all coming down to this moment for Tatiana, and such a solid performance, getting her all the way into the finals. Taking out Carissa Moore in her semifinal heat this morning, and carrying that momentum that she started out with early, Pete. She really did come alive from the moment that buzzer sounded in her semifinal heat, and has carried it all the way to victory here for the MEO Pro Portugal.
Working very, very hard outside of competition, training, getting stronger, trying to learn every day. And it comes to moments like this where it all pays off.
Such a great payoff, and she'll have some time to rest, to recuperate, and to just reset in time for that Australian season. And the Portuguese fans down here, it's amazing to see that camaraderie between Portugal and Brazil as well, sharing their home language together, and just feeling that deeper connection than most people would have arriving in a different country, Pete.
So true, you know, and I think they've seen it and felt it the entire time.
And we're down to Strider Wazalewski with Tatiana Weston-Webb, the winner of the MEO Pro Portugal.
So sick, so stoked, man.
Thanks.
Tatiana, I know you want to get your hat. I know you want to get all your gear and your sponsor commitments, but I have to jump in here and just get reactions from you. A beautiful win. You had a lot of intent, a lot of exciting surfing. You looked like you were fired up. Just give us a couple words.
Oh, I'm just so grateful. God always has a plan, and I just trusted in him the whole time. And honestly, I just had so much fun out there. Like, it was really fun, and Lakey and I had such a great battle back and forth. I was like really stoked just to be out there.
This morning we saw you out there for the warm-up. You looked like you were suited for the waves. Your body style compact and strong, and looked like you were having a great time, like you said.
Yeah, thanks. It was freaking freezing this morning. It's been freezing. Actually, it was my first time wearing a short arm in the heat, so my arms were like burning at the start of the heat because it was so cold. But I'm just really grateful. Thanks God, and yeah, I'm just stoked.
There we go. We got the hat coming in. You got the water bottle. You got all your stuff to commitments. But it's great to get your reaction. I just had a quick ask from you. You said that you lost the world title to Carissa Moore, and you know she was obviously in up top there. But you felt like you had it. It feels like you can do it again.
Yeah, I feel like I can do anything if I really put my mind to it. I think that's the beauty of surfing, and the beauty of just trusting and believing in yourself. I think if you have that mental ability to just overcome those obstacles that really, put you down. Like for me, the beginning of the year was such a bad start, and it's actually at 2 venues that I thought I was going to do really well at. So for me, I was just like, okay, well, I know God has a plan. I'll just trust in it and keep surfing and trying my best and believing in myself, because I think that's the nature of every competition. You just need to continue to believe in yourself no matter what.
Well, congratulations. Unbelievable win and great reset on the mental note there. Here we are. We have our women's champion here at the MEO Pro Portugal. We'll be right back with the men's final coming up right after this.
It's time for the men's final here for the MEO Pro Portugal, presented by Rip Curl. Just crowned Tatiana Weston-Webb the champ. Filipe was inspired by that. He wants to make it a Brazilian sweep coming into the men's final, just like the women's. California versus Brazil. As we know, Filipe has moved from Ubatuba, Sao Paulo, Brazil, to San Clemente, California. And Filipe and Griffin have a lot of respect for each other as they enter their first one-on-one heat of their career on the championship tour, and it happens to be the final with everything on the line. Joe Turpel with Kaipo Guerrero for the call. This is as good as it gets. Two young surfers on tour, famous for a high-performance act. Game on.
Yeah, I mean, that's what this final is going to be about. High-performance, progressive surfing. But to get here, the road to this final, both of these surfers had to go through a variety of different conditions, from a little bit of ruffled to epic barrels to right now where the game's going to be high-performance surfing. We already saw Griffin Colapinto and his ability to really get big numbers off of one major dynamic maneuver.
A 10-point ride for Griffin Colapinto yesterday against one of his best friends and mentors in Kolohe Andino. Before that heat, he got a chance to battle with the GOAT, Kelly Slater, as well, in pumping conditions. Also getting fired up this morning on finals day and got past John Florence. Talk about a road to the final for the kid from San Clemente. His first chance to win an event, now in his third season on tour. And there's a comparable there for Filipe. It was his third season when he started winning back in 2015.
Yeah, and you know, back in 2015 when Filipe Toledo started winning events, we really thought, hey, world title. Yeah, I mean, this guy's due a world title, and he still has not had that. And all the accolades that Filipe Toledo has accomplished, that world title still eludes him. But I'm going to tell you something, Joe. A victory here will be a really, really fast track on the path to the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
No waves ridden yet, but we know there's already been a lot of action in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Paul, what have you noticed so far?
Yeah, thanks, Joey. Absolutely. Big buzz up here. Big support for Tatiana Weston-Webb. Obviously a strong Brazilian contingent as ever up here. Big energy for her during that final. I was just checking out Filipe Toledo's preparation before he paddled out with this one and noticing his attention that he pays to wax. So a lot of waxing going on all the way up the board. The tops of the feet as well, they're getting waxed, and also waxing his chest to make the jersey stick. By contrast, where he doesn't want the wax is on the underside of his board, and he's rubbing that off with the rough side of a towel, just buffing things up. It's those minute details and that little preparation that can count big time. We've seen some traction issues this morning, and Filipe looking like to control those variables.
Thank you so much, Paul Evans. As Filipe is so interesting before big heats and finals, oftentimes he's on the couch hanging out with his friends, headphones aren't on. He kind of engages in this social atmosphere where some remove themselves from their friends. They don't even give you a hi or hello. They put headphones on and stay with their coach. Filipe enjoys the social aspect to make this feel a little more normal, paddling out for a big final.
It was really interesting, though. I was in the Red Bull Athlete Zone as well, and he took a moment with part of his crew, and there was a one-on-one prayer that these two, that him and his guy put together, and they spent time, and it was a good minute prayer in preparing, but also opening up their faith. And, you know, everyone attacks this in a different way. Filipe Toledo, a strong man of faith, and it's evident in his number 77. You know, that's the double blessing number right there. And so I thought it was really interesting how he centered himself with that prayer.
Total focus as we see Griffin as he was preparing for big heats. He often is doing calisthenics, stretching a bit, keeping his body nice and warm, and he has been on such a high from some huge airs that he's landed in this contest and even outside of the heat. Oftentimes we see him at events getting the best clip of the morning before we go on, and then sometimes he struggles to repeat that same success when the jersey's on. Totally different story this week at Super Tubos. He's been switched on in the free surfs and in the main event.
Well, Griffin Colapinto starting to use some Zen, and we've seen him meditate before big heats like this. Here he is.
Now trying to start things off quick against Filipe Toledo. He throws down the nose pick reverse, and it looks like the air show has just begun.
Yeah, and that was Griffin Colapinto. Again, he's so hot and quick to the accelerator in these small conditions, able to generate that speed right off the bat. And that is, when you talk about a manufactured score, that is manufacturing, pressing out a good score. Here it is on the replay. You can see really quick on the gas and then has to huck it, pokes the nose, spins it around for that nose pick reverse. Very impressive.
It's something that you can see him do at T Street and San Clemente all the time. One more look from the sky.
There you go. Again, poking the nose, moving the foot way up there, forcing it around. And in slow motion, you're really going to get a good look at this technique where you kind of has to huck it on the final 6 inches of that board, pokes the nose underwater, fins free, and then engages the fin for the revert and the completion for Griffin Colapinto.
Last year, Colapinto won the U.S. Open on the south side of Huntington Pier. This man's won that a couple times. Toledo in motion, a lot of speed, goes to a backhand snap to start. Cracks another backside turn. He's incomplete on the second effort, just good for the first backside snap. And that'll be compared to Griffin's air to set the opening exchange.
Interesting decision by Filipe Toledo not to answer kind of air for air or so, and just keeping the board on the water. But I like the decision for Toledo. Wants to lock in a good score, doesn't want to force anything, so he's going to rely on some razor sharp turns here on this sharp eye dark arts quad that he's been riding. The board's looking really quick, looking really lively, and he's just looking electric on it. So we're waiting for both scores to set this scenario.
We've been enjoying the approach from Toledo with the quad, you know, in the last couple of seasons specifically, getting so much speed on that model. As we wait for numbers, let's catch up with the runner-up at this event, Lakey Petersons with Strider.
Thank you very much, Joe. Yeah, Lakey, you know, you find yourself tied for second with Carissa Moore, very close to that leader's jersey. Coming from behind must make you hungry for a big win and try and take this thing out.
Yeah, it does. It's like, oh, getting second just then. It's so almost harder when you get close to it. You're like right there and just miss out on the win. Bummed, but it was a great heat with Tati. I'm stoked, like you said, on where I am in the overall rankings, especially heading into Australia, and Bells is pretty much my home now, second home. So yeah, it's a great start. Bummed to not get the win, but it was an awesome heat. Congrats to Tatiana. She's really deserving champion. It was really great to have a heat with her. She's been ripping all week.
And just your experience in the final, where did it go wrong for you? Can you figure out a place in there where you could have done better, or was it just a flow thing?
Yeah, I think I could have had a slightly better start. I mean, she got the best first score, but I came back quickly with a couple sevens. And then the only other thing is the judges really were emphasizing like a big closeout finish, and obviously that's where Tatiana got her 8. And I don't know if it was me, I just couldn't find a wave that would let me do 2 turns and the second one being that big closeout. It seems like the judges really wanted that instead of 2 open face turns. So, you know, it is the ocean at the end of the day. I felt pretty happy with how I actually surfed the heat, and I felt really happy with my actual surfing. It's just, you know, also I gave her 8-point wave. I took the wave before, but the wave before was a good one. So, you know, I'm not God. I can't, you never know. And yeah, you got to take the opportunity away from her when it looks like a good wave. So I'm happy with my performance. You know, it's great takeaways, but definitely really hungry for more.
I love it. We can't wait to see you in Australia. Congratulations on a great finish.
So, thank you guys. Thanks Portugal, everyone here. It's been amazing. The sport's unreal. Awesome.
Well done for Lakey Peterson, and a great breakdown to that final with Tatiana Weston-Webb. She identified just the big closeout section that the judges were really loving. We saw Tatiana take advantage of that, and with 10,000 points, Tati will be inside the final 5 heading into Bells Beach. And Tati has finaled there before, runner-up to Stephanie Gilmore back in 2018. She won Margaret River last year, so an exciting time of the year for Tatiana Weston-Webb.
A lot of opportunity, right, for Tati. Here we go.
Inside left for Toledo. Quick whip through the pocket. He'll get stuffed on the second turn. His opening wave at 2.83. The nose pick reverse for Colapinto, a 4.67.
So it looks like the progression was paid off in that opening exchange between Griffin Colapinto and Filipe Toledo, Joe. So to me, that's really a signal to the surfers of what the judges are really looking for. So they're out here, they want to see the envelope being pushed progression-wise.
Last score for Toledo will give him the lead, 3.3 on this maneuver.
Yeah, I mean, nice snap here. and gets really quick on his heels to get back up there again, but you can see late the board and gets caught up in the lip. He gets the lip right in the calves and goes down.
Colapinto's 10-point ride, he said he felt like he earned a trophy yesterday afternoon. He said also to do it in front of the fans in Peniche, it was incredible. He called the fans here some of the best on tour, and the way they erupted and elevated that moment, it's a 10-point ride that he'll never forget.
It was great in that heat where he had got the 10-point ride. There was 2 minutes on the clock. He took the wave actually in. He was so excited that I think he didn't realize that there was still some heat going on. He wanted to just get to the beach because the crowd erupted so loudly. And then once he was on the beach and he was able to relish that moment, he realized, well, gosh, there's still 90 seconds on the clock. I might want to get back out there.
And I think there's that wave of emotion as a young surfer that is just realizing his dream, getting a 10 against his best friend. And I think when he came in, he's like, wait, I want to show respect to Kolohe and get back out there and shake his hand. Backhand snap with a fan of spray to the sky. Third move quickly down the beach for Toledo.
Now that was more like it. The tempo and the pace was matched on that wave by Filipe Toledo. So just nailing it flawlessly in between turns. Here we go.
Glassy left for the Californian. Colapinto nails the first turn. Super smooth until he falls on the second effort.
Yep, score that an error for Griffin Colapinto on the finish of that wave. So an opportunity for Toledo to increase his distance from Griffin Colapinto in the scoring.
Griffin goes through some falls at times as he finds his feet in a lot of big matchups. You wonder how many mistakes can he afford against one of the best closers in the game. Filipe Toledo makes finals and typically wins them once he gets this far in an event. When you focus on ocean events, he's won 9 in the ocean on the CT level. He's only lost 1 final, and that was at Bells to John Florence. Let's see what happened here.
Colapinto winds up off the bottom, and I like the hooking turn there, but right here you're going to see pokes the nose as that sandbar gets very, very shallow. Dragging the hand to pivot off of, and a nice opening turn for Griffin, but this is where things went awry, and just pokes the nose as the water runs out on the sandbar and goes down. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have Filipe Toledo with the timing and the tempo just flawless between 3 turns, and he's got a score on this one. You can see it again in slow motion, and that first turn very dynamic, some fins free off the back, a little poke vertical there, and then really quick feet to get 2 right at the end.
One of the quickest surfers in the world, backhand or forehand, and that's what makes Toledo so dangerous. He doesn't need a set wave at times. They have to reward him for how quick he can move from start to finish, even on a 1-footer. 6.67, a big score for a small wave. And you see the opportunity that Griffin had. He had a bigger open face, but falling on the second turn, that score will stop it at 3.83.
Going to be interesting to see now the strategy for Filipe Toledo. He's been sticking to the lefts so far, been sticking to rail surfing, really quick, dynamic rail surfing on the backhand. Now that he has, I wouldn't say a comfortable lead, but a lead over Griffin Colapinto, we'll see if he changes his approach and maybe some airs from Filipe Toledo.
Griffin's trying to accomplish a win for California. It's been a long time, 2009. Bobby Martinez won in Tahiti. We haven't had a Californian win a CT event since on the men's side. So Griffin's trying to bring that back. Bobby obviously won a lot of events in his career. A Rookie of the Year representing Santa Barbara. Still rips today. But I'm sure Colapinto would like to bring that back, because he's already made some records in his young career. First Californian to win the Triple Crown on the North Shore of Oahu. But this is a big moment that he's been waiting for. Kaipo, if he calls the U.S. Open win the biggest of his career, what would it mean for him now to win at the Championship Tour stage?
Well, this would eclipse that, right? Because this is the Championship Tour. This is the best of the best. But in looking back to that U.S. Open win, Griffin Colapinto, in an earlier interview, was saying that he's riding a board, a replica of that board that he surfed to victory over there at HB.
17:40 on the clock. Let's get a tide update here for the final with Strider.
All right, standing out here on the sandbar. You know, it's interesting, the surfers were warming up right here. This is basically where they were paddling into waves and then riding into the shoreline. And now we're all the way back out. They've moved all the way onto the outer bank. So there's different sandbars here. There's a lot of tide movement here in Europe, as we've seen over the past few days. Today, the tide's still going out, so it's gonna make the waves a little harder, but it's gonna offer up more of a ramp section on that inside where it just goes completely square, almost on a dry sand. So, you know, these waves coming in now, they're stretching out, they're trying to find open face. The key to today is going to be wave selection and getting that open face, something that offers up enough time for you to get a hit in. But for Griffin, I feel like he's been getting huge scores with one big air. So I guess, well, there'd be no game plan. Find a wave, blow up, show up, and that's what he's after.
Good man, Strider. Thanks for the report. Toledo in motion on the left. Clean bottom turn, fin throw, reverse. Right into a backhand snap for an exciting combination of turns.
How is the quickness on that? How is the pace that Filipe Toledo is able to achieve while he's surfing? It looks like a whole nother gear compared to normal mortal surfing.
As he's looking for his second win here in Peniche, the only surfers with a couple of event wins out here, more than one. Mick Fanning, he's won this twice. Italo Ferreira obviously was trying to go for 3 in a row. Toledo changed that whole thing around. So Filipe trying to join that class here at Super Tubos. As Griffin's trying to go for his first win. We've seen that happen a couple times already this season. Here comes Toledo, loving this running left, backhand float. He's down, nothing changing into his top 2. But that's what's made this year so exciting, Kaipo. We saw Baron Mamiya win his first event as a wild card. Brisa Hennessy winning Sunset, her first major win in her first final. In fact, she still hangs on to yellow, heading into Bells.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of firsts this year. We saw Moana Jones-Wong coming from a wild card and taking out a championship tour win. That's made an exciting start to this season and a very unpredictable start to this season. But now at stop number 3, kind of the cast of characters that you would expect to be here on finals day have presented themselves.
15 minutes to go in the final here at the MEO Pro Portugal, presented by Rip Curl. Filipe Toledo out in front with a 6.67, and Griffin still chasing. We'll be right back. Coming up next on tour will be the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, a place where Filipe has finaled in the past. He's up and riding on a left. 2 speedy backhand whips to put up another healthy combo on a 1-foot insider. The fastest man alive when it comes to riding a wave. Front side, back side, he makes it so exciting. And that quad is looking lethal in these conditions we have here on Monday morning. Looking to better a 5.23 with this wave, Kipes.
Let's see what he's got. Gosh, just getting the tail up and out over the back. And again, stabbing the lip, looking really, really sharp on the backhand. You can see the strategy from Filipe Toledo has been to utilize these fast-running lefts and not taking too much of a chance of getting some scores by keeping the board on the water and just, you know, displaying the actual speed that he has in his overall approach.
So quick in transition. The first turn was a fin throw. That was out the back. Lands it so quick and shut it down with a solid vertical closeout hack. 5.5 increases just a touch, so Griffin needs a 7.5 here. Hard off the bottom. Big vertical for Griff. Drives into another big vertical hack. Spray is still falling as he'll carve this inside corner, cleans it up well, and there's the celebration for Colapinto, his best ride so far.
Oh my, the answer back end. Griffin Colapinto is just gonna reel in Filipe Toledo right now after that wave.
23 years of age in his first championship tour final. Needed a big answer, and he just got it.
On the replay, look at this, a bigger wave, solid bottom turn, smashing the lip off the top, vertical for some variety, and here's where things get tricky, but you know what? Griffin Colapinto shows some light feet and just floats through that difficult section on the inside. Why not celebrate? Because this was a wave well surfed. Again, fins out the back, spray everywhere from Colapinto, vertical, lunchtime, ringing the bell, 12 o'clock on that turn number 2, and just able to close out on his feet with a lot of energy. Griffin Colapinto, that 7.5 requirement, Joe, seems within reach.
Really impressed. All the fans here getting the vision that they'll be posting and probably tagging WSL on Instagram. Winding up off the bottom, throw tail, stalls. Almost thought he was gonna pull it back around forward. Toledo ends up letting go of a major move. Filipe understands the game so well. He knows that Griffin got a much bigger wave than what he's been utilizing. So it's go time for Toledo.
Here we go. Throws it. Now he's riding fakie for a while, just riding on the nose, wants to spin it back around, unable to, so he has to just throw that maneuver away.
Filipe is so explosive, does some of the most radical moves, and he has a crazy throw tail he does in the flats. There's one guy on tour that I feel comes close to the same style, and it actually is Griffin Colapinto with that big front side throw tail. They'll get about 10 feet out in front of the wave and stomp it. Might have to rely on one of those. The remaining 10 minutes. Scores in for Griff on the left, a 7-6-7, and his first lead change here in the final. And Toledo's on the hunt. Glassy left-hander going straight up. Hammers the first. Second, vertical, solid and complete. Late to the end section. Still has his board. Meanwhile, Griffin on another set. Drills the first lip line. Hammers the second again. His backhand is looking great, a healthy looking 2-turn combo, and things are getting exciting here in the men's final.
Again, in that exchange, advantage to Colapinto, and the momentum I feel it in the air, Joe, has switched over to the Californian. Let's take a look at this again. Good size wave, hits it right in the pocket, and again, just ultra quick on the backhand, skips over this section before kicking out. He's going to improve his scoreline. Filipe Toledo winding up, and we've seen this act before, so quick in and out of the turns, but just has to force that final maneuver. I think both surfers perhaps will be improving upon their scoreline, but this is a study in surfing mechanics when you look at Filipe Toledo on the backhand in slow motion.
Yeah, pretty meaty sections. They're very hollow. He's pretty late to that stab climb. As you can see, fans holding their breath. Filipe Toledo is basically like a local that they have adopted from Brazil. He can speak the language. He enjoys his time at Super Tubos. 8 minutes to go, still waiting on scores.
I love that the fans are so engaged here in Portugal and really feeling for their favorite surfers.
Well, Strider, it seems like a lot of the fans are holding their breath. Can you tell who they're going for in this final?
You know, they're excited for it all. Where I'm positioned down here on the sandbar, you're so close to the surfing, you'd be excited to see anybody taking waves. And, you know what, we're probably about 50 yards away from the surfers as they take off on the waves. And from this vantage point, with the lower tide pulling out, you can really see how cupped out it is. When you get down here at the surface level, so to speak, you can really feel and see the intensity of the waves as they arise on the sandbar. And everybody down here along the road down here, they get a better vantage point right up along the shoreline. Literally the water coming right up to our feet. Did get the shoes wet. It's okay. We love it. We're down here taking the action in right on the shoreline, and this is a great vantage point to really see the intensity of those maneuvers. Filipe looking really fast and furious, but we've seen Colapinto on bigger, better waves, and that two-turn combo on that last one looked beautiful from right here.
Good man was. Wow, only 7 minutes left in the event. As you see the two surfers sitting side by side in what looks like a very quiet lineup. But it's been fireworks ever since it started. 8 waves ridden for Toledo and just 3 for Griffin. Kind of reminds me of Griffin's coach, Tommy Whitaker. He was famous for just maybe getting 2 waves in a heat to move on. He spent about a decade on the championship tour. And I almost think maybe they talked about Griffin getting bigger waves, not trying to outcompete Filipe on one-footers on the inside. I think it's a common strategy, knowing that Filipe is the best small wave surfer in the world. You need a little bit more wave height to work to your advantage. Griffin's looking incredibly smooth and still standing by for scores.
I concur with that strategy, Joe, and that's some great insight there because that's the way that Griffin's going to be able to beat Filipe Toledo.
As we have Filipe looking, scores in for his last, a 7.53, almost matching Griffin's best. Remember, Griffin still has 1 score to drop, but he's going to make a move with priority. Off the bottom, getting hung up on the lip when he was trying to project into the flats. And that'll hand priority back to Filipe. He was probably trying to just channel that 10-point ride that he had yesterday. Not his first 10 of his career. He had that 10 at Kira on his rookie debut when he made finals day. One more look. What happened here, Kaipo?
You know, this is a forced one. He's always quick to the accelerator, but that one he didn't get around. He wasn't square over his board, so he just had to throw that away. You can see again, just a little bit off and not able to stomp that landing. We'll look at it one more time in slow motion. And you can see off the tail of his board, a little bit on the heels and unable to stomp that. But back to Griffin Colapinto, I like the fact in a post-heat interview, he said, when I win this event. And that manifestation of success, I applaud. To actually look forward and to put that in your mind and say, when I win this event.
And it's such an interesting mental process. I'm always curious if these surfers can recover quickly physically or mentally, you know, and how exhausted they can be event to event and picking themselves back up to compete. Griffin's starting to kind of get distracted underneath Filipe Toledo. A couple of scores to come in. The previous wave for Griffin that they really took their time entering was a 6.67, so he got his lead back. Toledo now needs a 6.82 with 4:15 on the clock, and looks like he wants it now. Setup work, already flying, big blast on the back end. Drills it again, third turn, just a quick whip to shut it down.
Wow. That's going to be one that we're going to have to digest. Now remember, it was a similar wave, maybe a little bit bigger, that Filipe Toledo was able to get a 7.53 on. Again, the same really accelerated approach by Filipe Toledo, and 3 turns in quick succession. Beautiful surfing from up above. And a lot of control. Slow motion, you can really see all of the nuances of Filipe Toledo's backhand approach and how much of the fins he gets out of the water on those top turns and how quickly he's able to get back up there for the finish.
So impressive as we have the Brazilian Storm rooting on Filipe Toledo as everyone starts getting stressed out in the Red Bull athlete zone. Joao Chianca trying to channel a wave here for Toledo. He throws the pop, shove it, goes down.
Yeah.
As we see the last number still yet to drop in, 2:50 to go.
Yeah, so Filipe Toledo is going to be trailing Griffin Colapinto right now. He needs a score. He's still going to need a score, and the clock's against him, Joe.
The turns that he laid down on the wave previous before the pop shove it, 5.9. Still needs a 6.82.
A little varial right there, and even if he was able to pull off that maneuver generally is not a high-scoring maneuver historically from the judges. So it is looking bright right now for Griffin Colapinto with the lead and priority.
That was huge. Toledo made an effort to turn it on that left. He was surfing with a lot of energy, a lot of power. Needed a 6.82, came in a 5.9. So big separation there to the requirement. He's one of the best at turning things around with or without priority, but in an ocean like this, it still seems pretty difficult. Minute 55, Griffin might be getting very close to his first ever championship tour win.
Oh, butterflies for the young surfer from San Clemente right now as he's tracking Filipe Toledo up and down this sandbar.
The hardest thing to do is to block Filipe Toledo because he doesn't need much to get a score. Kind of has like that Italo factor where it can be a closeout. Griffin will have to deal with that decision shortly.
Fans on the edge of the water right now, Joe, anticipating some type of comeback from Filipe Toledo. Clearly a fan favorite here in Portugal.
He feels right at home here, speaking the language, a former champ, so popular around the world. 10 CT event wins in his career. He's been in so many title showdowns.
Look at Griffin Colapinto looking at his watch over and over again, just hoping for that to speed up right now. He wants the hooter to blow.
There it goes again. He's starting to get the hair out of his face. He's trying to rush this clock. He's just got to take his time, get back into his meditation.
Really needs to compose himself at the moment, and Griffin Colapinto hoping that there's a wave doesn't break at all. He wants this ocean to go flat.
Just adding to the drama, it looks like a lake out there. And we've had so many insane waves. 11 waves for Toledo, 6 for Griffin. He was very selective, had his 7.67, and that game plan was so worthy. And of course, Kolohe Andino wants to be first on the scene. And it's already a big hug and embrace for a kid from San Clemente in his 3rd season on the championship tour. He does it for California and he does it for San Clemente, the MEO Pro Portugal champ, presented by Rip Curl, Griffin Colapinto.
Oh man, this is the biggest moment in this young man's surf career right now, and he's gonna soak it in. He said, when I win the final, manifested it, Joe, and it has come through. Put it out in the universe, and Griffin Colapinto's our champ.
You talk about a road to the final that was just unbelievable from John Florence this morning, a guy who's won out here, to Kolohe, who is looking in form and always turns in great results here, to Kelly Slater as well. Unbelievable run for Griffin. Kolohe's ready to celebrate.
Kolohe's still kind of the boss is saying, come in, Grom, get in here. We want to cheer you up the beach.
And that might have been the last bit of that swell. They've been sitting out there, it's still flat. Griffin's just taking it all in. All that hard work, all the amazing hype that was around him when he qualified as a rookie, and then going through injuries for a few years as well. Filipe, such an amazing athlete, great sport as well. We talked about how dangerous he is in finals. He rarely loses once he gets this far, so what an accomplishment, and maybe Griffin's favorite ride of the whole event.
Goes for the headstand. You gotta love this kid. I mean, he's such a likable character, and he's just, at times, well, most of the times, he's just brutally honest about everything that's going through his head. I want to hear what's going through his head right now.
Kolohe's just yelling at him. He's changing to shorts so he can just get wet and throw down the first embrace to the champ. These two have spent so much time together. Kolohe started calling him up and taking him surfing, giving him advice, backing him, a total mentor and best friend for Griff on tour.
Yeah, I remember in the quarterfinal, Kolohe Andino, hey, if you're going to beat me, you better go on to win this thing.
I think he had the same words to him a few times in their career, even at the US Open. As soon as Kolohe goes down, he's the first person to chair him up the beach. Tommy Whitaker with a big high five. He calls his coach one of his best friends in the world.
Oh, man. Just soak this in, Griff. What a moment.
Are you kidding me?
2022 is all about firsts for a lot of these athletes.
Go slow.
Baron Mamiya winning his first at Sunset. Griffin taking his first win of his career at stop number 3 here in Peniche. I know one man's going crazy right now, his younger brother Crosby, his father Mitch, his mom Camille. Congratulations, you guys. Griffin did it.
Oh, yeah. It's a group effort, right? When you think about Griffin Colapinto and his ascent to this moment right now. What a great surfing family and a well-deserved victory for this young man from San Clemente. And he's just going to soak it all in.
Pretty amazing how long it's been since Bobby Martinez won in Tahiti in 2009. It's 2022. Talk about a drought.
The reckless boys.
Hey, maybe there's a sign California's on the comeback.
They certainly are. And that's obviously on the men's side. Lakey Peterson, Courtney Conlog have gotten a lot of wins. Sage Erickson. Griffin enjoying that chair up the beach in the final. They were both Brazil versus California.
I'm sure Griffin wouldn't mind if they just did a lap around the beach, take it for a couple of miles on this train right now, soak in this moment.
What a special Monday morning. Things happening so quickly. And looking at the numbers too, it was very, very close. Let's send it to Strider on the beach.
Coming up with the chair, how'd it feel? The first win, first final. You are our MEO Pro Portugal, presented by Rip Curl champion. Griff being Griff.
I don't even know. It's so weird. You just get in this mode where it's like you're not even thinking about anything, and you know, even winning, it doesn't even feel like the way I thought it would feel. You know, I'm still in this like kind of calm state where, you know, it hasn't even set in, but it's so cool to I was really trying to take in seeing Kolohe and Jacob and Cam, Seth, Connor, Tommy, Scotty, all these guys coming up to me after the final. Just, I don't know, all my good friends, and really trying to take it in.
Sounds like the beach breaks of California paid off for you out here.
Definitely. I was training in this exact ways before I came, so it's funny that we ended up doing the final. And I can't believe the people I had to go through to get to this win. It's as good as it gets.
It makes you feel like you can believe.
Oh yeah, full belief, and just everything I've been doing has paid off, and it was just crazy. The first 2 events I didn't make it past round 3, and it was really hard with that mid-year cut coming. It was a hard one mentally, but you know, I just believed in the process and the unknown. You gotta trust the unknown always, and just love that. You know, no matter what, you're always gonna be learning, and that's my favorite part about this sport is that it just grows you as a person. So yeah, even win or lose, you're just growing.
Getting deep, Griff. MEO Pro Portugal champion, you guys. Let's hear it for Griffin Colapinto. We'll be right back right here for the Corona Post Show.
5, 6, 7.
I've been having this vision. I've been having this vision. Either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags. I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my fish, like in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I never change. That's in my blood, I never change. That's in my blood, I never change.
Welcome to the Corona post show at the MEO Pro Portugal, presented by Rip Curl. It was finals day today. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. It was a incredible finals day, and we saw some firsts. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, along with Peter Mel and Shannon Hughes. Shannon, what a great finals day, and let's just start talking about the women and Tatiana Weston-Webb and her comeback into climbing up the rankings right now.
I mean, she's just jumped straight up those rankings, coming off with her 3rd championship tour victory as well, guys. Incredible to see her start with that momentum early, getting that free surf in, keeping her toes warm in the jacuzzi before the women's heat started, and then taking it all the way to the final for victory.
And being, Peter, Tati being a fan favorite in a way, in that representing Brazil, speaks Portuguese, a very educated group here on the beach, and those fans really appreciated Tatiana's victory.
And usually with the champions, they tap into that crowd. They want that energy, feed on that energy. We are, showmen, right? So, and show women. She went out there and did that. I mean, more than anything, her determination to be here at the crack of dawn, right? And in the chill, and putting it all on the line, and coming back to with Lakey having the lead, the back and forth. Those are the type of events you want to see happen here. Tatiana Weston-Webb coming out with the win, and like you mentioned before, more importantly, she was devastated by her Hawaii performance, and to take a win here is huge.
Yeah, we took a look at the brackets and the road to the final, but let's explore it right now, Shannon. This is Tatiana Weston-Webb.
I mean, she just unleashed. Look at that start, really engaging that rail and the tail work as well, putting as much dynamic surfing together with variety, different types of turns off of early mornings, dealing with different types of conditions, Pete, as well, as the women really had challenging winds to battle throughout the entire competition to finish off with really glassy surf.
Yeah, and one of the things that you expect when you come to Europe is the unexpected. You have this serious tide swings. You've got this winds that you're dealing with, and especially when you get to Super Tubos, you expect that you're just going to be looking for barrels and tubes, and that's it. But no, you need to be able to do the airs and deal with the conditions that are given to you at that given time.
Totally, and for Tati to be able to find excellent scores out here, she had the 8.83 day before, and then that 8 in the final, to walk away with more excellent scores here on the beaches at Super Tubos.
And one of the things that's really cool about Tatiana in this event specifically is that her forehand came to life. Those lefts were really important for her. She has always had a really solid backhand, but to be able to get a win really going on her forehand like today was important for her.
And just woke up to such beautiful conditions. We were so scared that the swell was going to drop off and we wouldn't be able to run this morning, and it just continued to arrive. And for these women to keep their minds focused, be ready to perform when it was questionable if they'd be on waking up, before sunrise this morning, those are the kind of performances that champions are made of.
And how consistent was that final too? It was wave after wave after wave, plenty of opportunity, and that's all you can really ask for in a final.
Tatiana Weston-Webb with such an incredible victory. I love seeing her just cheered up the beach there by her husband, by that team that's been backing her from Brazil to get her to more championship tour victories now, and she's going to be a threat heading into the rest of the season.
Yeah, she had an entire team, and I want to say a bubble of love and energy around her at this event. They're all staying together at a house, and Tati loves to cook, and they've really been there supporting each other. Of course, you mentioned having her husband, Jesse Mendez, here the ultimate support squad, and he's got to be a really, really proud hubby right now, Peter, because his wife's the champ.
Yeah, I mean, this is the secret to having success on tour, is to be able to create a home at every stop that you are on tour. And you find those local restaurants that you really like, you find the homes that you want to stay at, the people you want to surround you with, and Tati has found that little magic.
Yeah, she sure was. And that was a magical final. Well, some magic happened for a young man from San Clemente because he took out his first championship tour victory, and he had to do that. Shannon, look at the road to the final and a victory for Griffin Colapinto. Even before this quarterfinal, Griffin had to overcome Kelly Slater. Then in the quarterfinal, he had to overcome Chloe and Dino. Look at the semifinal.
The Grom has taken out the Giants, taking out John Florence, taking out Filipe Toledo at a spot where we just expect Filipe to put on the best performances of anyone. Griffin off of that 10-point ride yesterday, just carrying all of that injury, that energy. Think about that. The fact that he came out of that 10 thinking he'd won the contest, that sort of euphoric feeling, now for him to continue channeling that all the way through today was really incredible.
Quite a few things for this young man. He's taken all the chips home from Super Tubos, a 10 and a victory, Pete. This is his road to the final.
Yeah, it was huge. And I mean, we saw him win a major event at the U.S. Open, which was huge for him. And now the championship tour is the next step. There's been some major changes, and a lot of it's come from the mental game of Griffin Colapinto. He's been able to find a way, a formula to get those wins and not let those big names scare him. Obviously, Kelly Slater there, he had a heat against Kelly, and he did the right thing, got above it right there. You know, and it wasn't easy. You know, Kolohe, another one of his mentors, you know, not letting him bring him down. He had to do this, goes above the lip. You had John Florence. I mean, Kelly, Kolohe, John, and Filipe to win this event. That is huge.
And the 10, too. Put that in the pocket. Check this out. Just the backhand whips of Griffin Colapinto, Shannon, and just so impressed by his overall demeanor, and not just his surfing, but the way he was able to really project a victory here.
Oh, incredible. And to end the drought for the San Clemente men, you know, they haven't found those CT victories in a very long time, and for Griffin to come out firing off of that victory at the US Open just, you know, midway through last year, which was his career best result, now to find that same experience here on the championship tour and to take down the field that he took through, just so cool to see.
And am I correct here? This is the board that he won the U.S. Open on.
I believe, right? It is, or a replica, but it's the same model.
Same dimension, same, yeah.
But color scheme, right? I mean, all of those things. But so that says something about the confidence that he has in his equipment. But that's the formula I'm talking about. He does the same kind of warm up. He does some meditation. He does all the things he needs to do to get himself right in perfect mental capacity to win each and every heat. He doesn't let the surfers that he's surfing against affect him. And what a win for Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, I talked about it. He actually in a post-heat interview said, when I win this event. So I think for this young man to know how to manifest success and make it happen, say it, put it out there in the universe, and the universe provided.
He sure did. And of course, with that, I want to hear from him again because he is a great interview.
Well, we're going to hear from him again because right now, let's make it official. I'm going to throw it to our presentation with Joe Turpel.
Thank you so much, Kaipo. Muito obrigado. You guys are amazing. Some of the best fans in pro surfing. We're so happy to be back here. It's been a while since 2019, and we couldn't wait to get back here to Super Tubos. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much for being here. You guys are really special. Obrigado. A lot of people to thank for sure that make this event possible. Tourism of Portugal, Felipe Silva and the crew, thank you so much for all that you do. From MEO, Miguel, you're a legend. Miguel Gora, you're so cool. Thanks for hosting us so well. City Council, Enrique Bertino, West Tourism, Pedro Ferreira, and from Rip Curl, Matteo Lafa. Also, big thanks to Francisco Spinola from WSL. Thanks for hosting us so well and making the dream come true once again. Can't thank Rip Curl enough for searching, bringing us here again in 2009,
And it was so good, we stayed. It became a permanent stop on the championship tour. Big thanks to Jessie Miley-Dyer for getting involved and bringing the women back after a 10-year hiatus that we got to see in 2019. And the women once again put on a huge show this week, crowning new champions that have never won here for the first time. It was really special as well, celebrating International Women's Day. It's officially tomorrow, but we got started early on opening day, and I'm so glad we did. For the men and the women, they got to pick athletes that inspire them and got to honor them here in the action. That was so incredible. The performances this week was insane. Renato, great job. No lay days. A big round of applause for Renato Hickel. You're a machine. Waves are pumping. We got to see proper super tubos. We got to see huge airs. It was so incredibly exciting. Obviously now it's stop number 3, but we do have a mid-season cut in Margaret River. So this is really always an event that shakes up the leaderboard in a huge way. Let's hear it for the GOAT, Kelly Slater, 50 years of age. She got to compete here once again. A man that gives us so much glory for over 30 years of pro surfing. Always fun to see him in the main event. Big thanks to MEO, our title partner for this event, Rip Curl, Red Bull, Corona, Oakley, Hydro Flask, Sambazon, Havaianas, Portugal Tourism, EDP, Millennium, Hertz. Special thank you for the local community and the surfers for giving us this incredible lineup this week. You guys are amazing. So Renato Hickel, our WSL Directors of Tours and Head of Competition, is going to help with the trophies today. And let's get down to business. Why don't you guys all come up here on stage with me? All the people that I announced, come join me. Thank you so much for coming. Obrigado. Beautiful, now we're ready. Like to introduce a very familiar face, a man who's won out here before, this year runner-up in the event. Let's hear it for Filipe Toledo. Yeah, Filipe. Filipe Toledo, one of the most exciting surfers in the world. His biggest results so far this season. Filipe, I know you love it here. You've been in a really happy mood all week, taking down some big names. How are you taking in this final once again? Because you've been on this stage before.
Yeah, thank you. Really happy to be back here in Peniche, Portugal, a place that I feel really comfortable and the people are so welcoming, and I just love it here. You know, I guess that's why the results, you know, always I put in a really good results. So yeah, it's been fun. You know, the entire week just surfing, having fun with the boys, and the waves were firing. Yeah, I'm just happy to be up here. Congrats to Griff, Tati, Lakey. And everyone that was putting an amazing performance out here, so inspiring to watch, and can't wait for Australia.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
Filipe Toledo, runner-up. This looks like he's going to do some good things. Let's grab your trophy, Filipe. Renato might get you on this side. And hold that one up real quick, Filipe. Well done. Great job. Also, runner-up in the final, now for the second time in her career. Let's give it up for California's Lakey Peterson. Well done, Lakey. I'll give you a spot right here. Amazing what you've done in Portugal, obviously in 2 events. You seem to find a lot of success here. What is it about Super Tubes that you love so much?
Oh man, Super Tubes is such a great wave. It's so challenging. Just as a beach break, it's actually super similar to what I surf at home a lot. And the cold I'm really used to also. So it just kind of feels like home, and yeah, runner up again. It's bittersweet, but congrats to Tatiana. She's been ripping all week, and just great to have a final with her, and she always brings the best of me.
Pretty surreal coming into a finals day where you've done all the hard work and we're done and first thing in the morning. How did you get into gear today?
I know, I was up so early because I knew I was going to be first heat, and I was like, okay, 7 a.m. needs to feel like noon. So I was jumping around trying to get warm, lots of coffee. But yeah, it's great we were able to finish today. You know, there was still some opportunity. So yeah, it was an awesome day. Congrats to Griffin, awesome hometown. Ish, at least Santa Barbara. San Clemente isn't too far from Santa Barbara where I grew up, so congrats to you, Griff, and yeah, also you, Filipe, ripping, and again, kudos to Tatiana.
Well done, Lakey. Number 2 in the world, heading into your second home at Bells Beach. Best of luck there.
Thank you guys. You've been insane all week. We love you. Thanks for everything. Obrigada.
And now it's time to introduce a champion who's done it for the first time of his career. Let's hear it for San Clemente's Griffin Colapinto. Griffin Colapinto, it's the worst first win for California since Bobby Martinez in 2009. Let's go ahead and grab your trophy real quick, Renato. Let's pass this on. It's gonna be pretty heavy. Here we go, lift it up, Griff. Your champ. And your new world number 7. Let's catch up real quick, my friend. After you hydrate. Wow. This is the moment you've been waiting for, that you've been dreaming of. Had one of the craziest rookie debuts, finaling at Kira. Injuries came to play. You had to dig deep, and finally that dream is realized. You've won the main event. What's going through your mind right now?
It's just crazy to go from thinking about the mid-year cut to winning the contest. It was just such a roller coaster of emotions. And you know, I just think about my parents and my family at home that have supported me the whole time in my career, and my dad filming me countless hours on the beach, and my mom giving me little technique advice when she didn't even surf, and it was kind of hard to listen to. I was like, come on, Mom, I have coaches. But some of it was actually on point, and it helped me a lot. And so my parents are the first people I think of, and then my brother as well pushes me so much. And yeah, I just have a lot of love and support at home that I really am thankful for.
Really special, thinking about all the support, the people that you surf for, but what about the people that you surfed against on road to that title today, from Filipe to John to one of your best friends in Kolohe, and then the GOAT, Kelly Slater. Could you ask for a better run to the final than that?
Yeah, that's just the cherry on top. The people I got to surf against was incredible, and like having Filipe in the final is so rad. We've had some really deep, cool conversations that you don't get with most people, so that was really special, just palling out and looking over at him and thinking about what we've talked about in the past. And you know, win or lose, this tour we're on, it's crazy. Like after COVID and stuff, you think about all the guys and girls on here, it's like you're really good friends and you don't even realize it. So yeah, it's just cool to be a part of.
You moved up 20 spots. You mentioned the midseason cut and requalification. You're 7th in the world. How does that sound?
It feels amazing. It sounds amazing. And everyone here in Portugal, I love you guys so much. You guys are the best fans ever.
Congrats, Griffin. Enjoy the moment. Today's your day. Have a blast tonight, and can't wait to see what you do at Bells. Choo! Griffin Colapinto, your champion of the MEO Pro Portugal, presented by Rip Curl. Now, the celebration will continue. I'd like to introduce a champion who was lethal today, incredibly powerful, a goofy foot representing Brazil. Let's hear it for your champion, Tatiana Weston-Webb. Tatiana Weston-Webb finished runner-up in the world last season at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. And it's so, let's put that trophy up first. There goes the champ. Tati, that was awesome, by the way.
This has to feel amazing. You've done this before, but to win your first event this season, does it feel brand new all over again sometimes when you look into the sea of people and know all the hard work that you put in to stand here again?
Yeah, I think oh God, like exactly what Griffin said. I just had such a terrible start to the year, and just to continue to believe in myself was something that I was struggling with. And I think after my round of 16, I just continued to feel calm and proud and happy regardless of the result. And I think that's what gave me the win. And I'd like to thank God as well. Without him, I wouldn't be as calm and happy. And yeah, I'm just so grateful. Eu também queria agradecer vocês, cara. Vocês são ótimos. Foi muito legal. Eu amo muito Portugal. Portugal é dos meus lugares favoritos. Realmente, sem vocês não ia estar igual. Então, valeu.
Tati, you made us all a little bit nervous for you when we saw you kind of hobbling off at Sunset Beach. I wasn't even sure if you were going to be here, let alone win the event. Can you take us into that process of that feeling, worried about your knee, to where you are now, a champion of this event?
Yeah, it's just crazy. I just had to trust in the process. I really wasn't sure if I was going to come here either, and luckily it was only a grade 1 tear. And I just continued to work hard and do everything I could to rehab my knee with my team. And yeah, I just felt comfortable enough to be able to come here. I got some work done with Lakey's husband as well. Thomas helped me out. And yeah, I'm just really, really stoked to be able to surf and have an amazing back-to-back. Like, we switched off so many times in the final. Like, it was just so much fun. So I was stoked.
Talk to us about finals day. You both had world champs to get through to earn the spot in the final together. First off, how was Lakey in the final? You both had big scores going back and forth.
Yeah, she's ruthless. She's a fighter, amazing athlete. Congratulations, Lakey. Todo mundo. Yeah, I couldn't choose anyone better than Lakey to have a final with here, and I know her backhand's lethal. I remember her doing such crazy turns one year that she won the US Open backside, and I was like, dang, if she gets a set wave, she can for sure get an 8. So I was just trying to do whatever I possibly could to continue to surf well and have fun and get the score.
What an incredible champion, Tati. Congrats once again, and you're heading into familiar territory, defending your title at Margaret River, a former finalist at Bells. Off to a great start. Enjoy the moment, enjoy today.
Thank you, guys. Muito obrigada a todo mundo. Beijos.
Let's get the party started down here on the beach in Peniche, and we'll continue on with the post-show, the Corona post-show with Kaipo Guerrero. Have fun, you guys.
Yeah, that's right. The Corona Post show continues. When we return, we will take a look at stop number 4, the Rip Curl Pro, Bells Beach. We'll be right back with more of the Corona Post show. Welcome back to the Corona Post Show here at the MEO Pro Portugal, presented by Rip Curl, and the awards presentation have just got underway. I'm Kuiper Girl, Peter Mel, Shannon Hughes, all wrapping up. And you know what, you guys? Stop 3 done and dusted, and we're going to see some adjustments on the leaderboard. But now, Shannon, we can look forward to stop number 4, and that's going to be the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, the longest running professional surf contest in history.
Amazing. Cannot wait to see us get back to that historical location after it took a break from the tour in 2021, and we get to see these competitors surf back at one of the most historic locations ever.
Who do you got to watch there over at stop number 4?
I'm going to say go the Aussies. I'm going with India Robinson, rookie on the championship tour, who is from Torquay, Australia. Bells Beach is her home break. She's got the power to match the women that have dominated for the last decade. Ethan Ewing on the men's side as well, taking that rail game, picking it up from Parko and Mick. He's going to carry that Australian flag strong at home at Bells.
I want to pick the mind of the Condor. Peter Mel, your ones to watch over at Bells.
I like her picks. I think they're good, youthful, right? But I will go veterans even further, just because, again, this is a break, Bells Beach, that is unique, and it takes a keen eye. I have Kelly Slater on the men's side, just waving that flag for the 50-year-olds, and also Steph Gilmore. Both of these surfers have put in a lot of time at Bells, have Bells in their trophy case. So I see these two taking it on. Again, it's about experience, and I think I love your picks with the youthful there, with India and Ethan both having a lot of experience at Bells Bowl. But my picks, Kelly Slater and Steph Gilmore.
All right, well, one of my picks is going to be Courtney Conlog, because she's a past champ over there at Bells, and we can take a look at Courtney's run to ringing the bell back in 2019 right here, Peter.
Pumping bells, by the way. I mean, and that's what we hope to see each and every time, but this is why it's so unique, is you got the Bells Bowl, but also if it shrinks, we move to places like Winky Pop, and we also have the Rincon Bowl, which are all very unique and stylish, different types of waves, and so it takes a lot of experience and time to figure it out. But this event here, pumping bells, I mean, fingers crossed that we get to see it like this again.
I mean, have a look at the size of that surf too, and Courtney just placing that board so perfectly. Pete, what would you say wave size is for that day at Bells Beach?
It was an 8 to 10 foot bells. You know, you're gonna have to be a little bit bigger surfboards in your quiver. You're gonna have to do that. We also see stop number 5 being at Margaret River, same thing, you know, and so these are 2 events that are gonna be very critical at that the mid-season cut, which is a new thing. So I think veterans are going to play a big role in those last 2 events.
I agree. And so, again, my picks.
Yeah.
Looking at Bells, I'm going to go with John Florence, 2019 champ, and let's take a look at John and how he got there in 2019. Focused, John Florence.
And you can see just the diverse conditions. This is, again, another one of those bigger days, and he's riding. This is where we see him. Really came from Margaret River when we first saw this style of surfboard come into play. He uses a much smaller board as far as length goes, but it has like a longer board tail, and it gives him the ability to do these big radical turns on these large size waves, but still have a lot of control.
I mean, it really is one of my favorite things to watch John on a big open face like that, especially at a wave like Bells where he's had those victories before. And man, this is going to be a really exciting year to see the tour go back there and to see if John can get another victory.
John, victorious.
Good pick. I'll give you that.
Very good pick. Both of you, very good picks. I'm still going the Aussies.
Well, talk about wardrobe. Talk about leader jerseys. Not our wardrobe.
Okay.
I'm
you
talking
guys both
about
look great today.
Thank you, Kaipo.
The yellow leader jersey that everybody wants on both the men's and the women's side. Well, we got a new guy wearing that yellow leader jersey going into stop number 4. Kenora Garashi is going to don a new wardrobe going into this stop number 4. And as we can take a look at the rankings right now, live rankings going in there, and look at the GOAT. It's number 2 in the world going into stop number 4, Peter.
Yeah, he moved up. He was 5th before this event, moved up to number 2 after his finish here at this event. Kanoe Igarashi, he's going to be donning yellow. His goal achieved. When he stepped into Portugal, that was what he wanted to do, was take that yellow jersey and run into Australia. He has done that.
Yeah, look at the guys that fell down the leaderboard. Seth Moniz with a drop, and Kyle Belly Shannon also dropping down the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's crazy to see how things shift up in just a couple of days here in Portugal. Literally 5 days, and we've got different rankings. We got a new, leaders jersey going in yellow for Kanoa, and what a cool thing for him to be finally getting that momentum when those big names that have dominated the World Tour conversations, Italo, Gabby, Filipe, John, are sitting so much farther down the rankings than Kanoa. He's got that opportunity now.
Yeah, well, there's a wardrobe change for the men, but for the women, Brisa Hennessy is going to hang on to that yellow leaders jersey, Shannon.
Oh, so impressive. Seeing Brisa win at Sunset, her home turf, was one of the most beautiful things I think I've ever witnessed in professional surfing. And now to see her having put in the work, getting enough points to keep herself above Carissa Moore, Lakey Peterson, Tatiana, Weston-Webb, it's really impressive. Also, we have seen a shift, and we're now seeing a lot of those veterans take up that top 10 conversation, which was so different with the rookies dominating it pre-Portugal.
Coming off those rankings, Peter, the mid-season cut, a surfer that needs to get some work done is Steph Gilmore, if we want to see her in the back half of the year. And of course, when we look at the entire schedule, there's that mid-season cut after stop number 5.
Yeah, no, it's important. She missed out on Pipeline, and now she has moved up the rankings. She moved up significantly. She's just outside that cut line. I think it's like 14. So ultimately, these next 2 events are ones that she has taken wins at. I feel like no worries. She's going to be able to get above that cut line. As long as she doesn't let that pressure of the cut line affect her performances, because that has happened in the past.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. Let's take a look at the schedule as we look forward to the rest of the year and our road to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. It's a long road and a varied road here. You can tell right here, Shannon, after Margaret River Pro, that mid-season cut, we're going to whittle down the field to 12 women and 24 men. Of course, that's going to be 2 wild cards. So actually, 10 women are going to make the cut. 22 men are going to make the cut. But look at what happens after this mid-season cut.
G-Land, a new stop in El Salvador, one of the best rights in the world there. Back to Rio for the beach breaks, my favorite place of all time, Jeffreys Bay. And then Tahiti, the women getting that opportunity to compete out there for the first time since 2005. It's going to be incredible to witness that, and all wrapping up with the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Lower Trestles.
And then we're going to have a smaller field, so we'll have less days of competition, yet we'll still be able to pick and choose. We still have a solid waiting period where we're going to pick the best conditions. I mean, G-Land can't wait for that one. It's been a long time since we've seen it on tour. It'll be pretty fresh for everybody. It's almost like a new event. Also, El Salvador, right-hand points, you got a left-hand barrel, and you got a right-hand amazing in La Libertad, which is a very rippable wave. I can't wait for those 2 events.
Yeah, and then you have the test of the end of the road right before the final at Te Ahu Po'o. So, I think we're going to see history being made on the women's side when we get to that stop, Shannon.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. I mean, I'm so excited to see the women have that opportunity to get back there again. We know some of the greats like a Keala Kennelly, who has just pushed the boundaries of women's surfing at Te Aupo. And now to see this generation have to learn how to balance and figure out a wave like that. It's going to be a really interesting season to see how it unfolds towards the end.
So true. And again, it's just it just keeps coming, right? It just keeps coming. And the way that the changes have happened, the mid-season cut, adding stress, then the road to the final 5, and then those events, new events. It's just it's crazy, and I really love where the WSL is right now.
Well, now it's time to take a look at our top 5 of the day. Top 5, actually, of the entire event. This is some of my favorite stuff coming through here at the top 5. And let's take a look at some of these moments for the MEO Pro Portugal presented by Rip Curl moment. Number 5 had to make the top 5, but it's worth twice that. A 10-point ride for Griffin Colapinto.
I don't know quite how this made it to, it was number 1 yesterday. Now it's number 5, but I will say that this was our first 10 of the season, and it was super incredible. Exactly what Griffin wanted to do, and he pulled it off in a heat.
And he landed in a section that should have just broken his legs. The commitment to difficulty and risk, unbelievable.
Moment number 4, those yellow jerseys, they get heavy. And the yellow jerseys went down early at this event, Peter.
And of course, with that, the jersey was a significant one with Brisa holding onto it. She's still going to get to wear it at her main sponsors event, so congratulations to her, but very stressful.
And Courtney took her down in that, round of 16, heat number 3, where Brisa just couldn't find the rhythm to keep that dream alive of making it through the rounds. Courtney with a great performance here and just expected, coming out of Santa Ana, coming out of Huntington Beach as her hometown, these beach breaks, nice and rippable conditions in that heat where she beat Brisa. So well deserved, but exciting to see that Brisa is holding on to that yellow jersey regardless.
Yeah, and all smiles from Brisa Hennessy, and she's going to be relieved to hear that she's going to continue to wear that wardrobe. Jordy Smith coming up against a yellow leader jersey in the wild card. Baron Mamiya, Pete, exciting performer, but I told you about the weight of that jersey. Seems like it was heavy on the back of Baron Mamiya.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, he's not a full-time competitor on the championship tour, so this was a pretty neat gift to be able to have that yellow jersey. Jordy, he just thought of it as another heat, and he went out there and annihilated it. Surfed really well this event. Still dealing with that toe that's kind of been quite painful. He's been wearing a boot throughout this and just gritting through these heats with a bit of pain. And he surfed really well throughout this event. Moved up the rankings is a goal of his that he did. And coming up against Baron, you got to pull out all the stops, and his wave selection was impeccable.
Yeah, Baron Mamiya running up the beach, but we're going to see more from this young Hawaiian in the future. I guarantee you that. Number 3, it's called Super Tubos. Why? Because it offers absolutely super tubes, Shannon.
Oh, Steph. Who is a better barrel rider in the women's field, in women's history, than Stephanie Gilmore? Incredible performance, puts on those finishing sections, just finds the perfect line. Absolutely love it.
Carissa Moore was also able to find some barrels on these days. I mean, this is Super Tubos. She found this one down on the end corner there, gets herself an 8.5, and this was a dominating performance. This was the second scoring wave when she basically took it all away from her competitor. It was incredible to see.
And then Kelly Slater walked out there, got that 8.17 at a wave that he's so familiar with. Such a solid sized barrel, somehow comes out the foam.
8.17 for that barrel ride for the GOAT. What about Jackson Baker, Pete? An 8.6 here on a keg.
Yeah, this was yesterday. I mean, how good was the waves? And everybody showed up here this morning. Everyone was losing their minds, including ourselves. It was looking to be one of the best days at Super Tubos in a very long time, and it did not disappoint.
It did not at all. John Florence in the barrel. And another tube section for JJF.
Yeah, you'd expect it in conditions like this that John would be one to find those types of waves. He did. This was when the transition of the tide was making it a little bit more difficult, but he still found it.
Jordy Smith, Shannon, this was a 9.17.
It was the highest wave of the event until Griff got that 10, and I love that it came from a big barrel from Jordy, who's so comfortable in that on his forehand, coming out of those nice, big, heavy caves of Cape Town, South Africa, and making it look comfortable.
Moment number 2, the young surfer from San Clemente was warmed up, keeping warm. He kept the water hot. He scored a perfect 10 and his first championship tour victory, Pete.
Very savvy. I mean, I think that one of the things that, he didn't let the big names that he had to deal with today, like John Florence and Felipe Toledo, in conditions like that, he just stuck to his own game. Big ups to his coach, Tom Whitaker, keeping him in his own mind, which was the way he needed to win, was to be Griffin Colapinto, and he did it being Griffin Colapinto.
Oh, what a ride for this young man, and a well-deserved victory for Griffin Colapinto. Moment number 1, Shannon. Tatiana Weston-Webb was in form 4 days straight out here at Super Tubos.
She just had the entire package going for her. She was really feeling it. She was in a good rhythm, and she just kept trusting herself, her abilities, and what was opening up in front of her on every wave that came through. So proud to see her walk away with her 3rd championship tour victory, now 1 here in Portugal, 1 in Australia, and 1 in California.
Very well-rounded, isn't she? She had to do it in challenging conditions throughout the week, and I think that that's one of the things about champions, and especially world champions. You got to be able to do it all at all the places on tour. So congratulations to her. She's right up there in the rankings.
Well, we wrapped it up, you guys, and I feel really, really good about it. 3 stops done so far, and just really, we're trotting down the road right now to the Rip Curl WSL Finals, but it's going to be an exciting road. Your final thoughts, Shannon?
I just cannot believe the field of talent that we have now on the 2022 Championship Tour and the waves that they have back on offer. It's so exciting to see that we've got the Australian events coming up and some really exciting stuff after the mid-season cut.
Yeah, Peter. So good to have you back. I want to just say, so glad to have you back in this seat. I want to hear your final thoughts.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kaipo. And I love the fans here in Portugal. I love coming to this country each and every time because they show up even at 7 in the morning when it's freezing cold. They're going to come out here and watch the final. So big ups to everyone here in Portugal. I can't wait to see you at the next event. I'll be not in Australia, but I'll see you at G-Land.
That sounds good. Let's make a date of it, okay? All right. Well, coming up next, the historically longest running professional surf contest, the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, is going to be next on the tour. We want you to check it out. That's all going to start April 10th in Torquay. Enjoy today's highlights and aloha.
It's finals day here at the MEO Pro Portugal, presented by Rip Curl.
I wake up every day like the world is mine.
Gilmore completes her backside snap.
He's on a nice set here.
Hard off the bottom, clean snap to start for Peterson.
It feels so good to be in that final. I really wanted to win that heat.
Carissa flying down the line into a huge layback snap. Beautiful clean face, great snap up into the pocket, and Tatiana Weston-Webb answering back. Nice snap to start off. Goes in for a similar one on that second turn.
Really, really proud and happy that I made that heat.
Ferreira backside from him, a ton of speed. There's the rotation, stomps it. Big rotation. Toledo looking for something here, needs a score. He takes to the air and gets the rotation.
Yeah, happy to be in the finals again.
John Florence.
Yeah, he likes to look at this right. What's he got for us? Off the bottom, opens up the shoulders. A nice snap from him, a stinging turn.
Numb to it all, I'm acquainted with the pain. One life to live, I'm ready to give it all. The people are counting on me to
flaring up hard, Cola hits
You gotta answer the call.
the left-hander, the weight off the bottom. Nice quick hit from him, nice and vertical. Puts it up again a couple more times, squeezing the juice out of this wave.
You know, if I could take this one out, it'd be the best day of my life.
As we are into our women's final, Lakey Peterson up against Tatiana Weston-Webb.
All I need is my wings fly.
Great opening snap.
Beautiful two-turn combo for Tati on a nice size set wave there.
Drawing off the bottom. Great click to start things off with. Goes in for that second, jams the tail. It is Tatiana Weston-Webb, your MEO Pro Portugal champion.
MEO Pro Portugal champ, presented by Rip Curl, Griffin Colapinto. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.